And we're live. Episode 233, holy smokes, of Painkiller already. Our guest here is Onslaught.
This episode is being brought to you by Squarespace. Start building your website today at squarespace.com. Enter offer code PKA at checkout to get 10% off Squarespace. Build it beautiful. It's also being brought to you by Crunchyroll, our favorite sponsor of all time. So head on over to crunchyroll.com/PKA and sign up. And register today to get in on our exclusive offer of Crunchyroll Premium for 30 days. That's right, Crunchyroll Premium for an entire month if you sign up using crunchyroll.com/PKA.
We have two sponsors. Did you do both?
Of course I did.
I was just fussing about audio. I hardly.
That was seamless. That was so professional. That
nice.
I
thought you did well.
Thank you.
So before the show, Mike, you were talking about how you're quite the anime fan. What's your favorite?
I am. The latest episode of Fairy Tale was incredible. Oh my god! Did you guys see it?
Yeah, of course.
What's Tiffany going to do next?
And,
Tiffany in IKEA.
One Piece, the last week's episode of One Piece really had me
enthralled
on the edge of my seat.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, the edge is all you need with Crunchyroll.com.
Seriously, if you're into anime, Crunchyroll has no peer in this space. And if you need a website, then Squarespace is the place to be. So check them out. Links in the description, annotations on the screen. Click them, buy from them, make them love us. So,
Kyle, who's the lovely lady behind you?
I didn't ask her name. She's just hanging out with us for the rest of the evening. She just has to stand there, I think.
So, should we go into our first topic, or should we talk to Mike?
I want to talk to Mike. It's been a hot minute since I've talked to him. What's going on with you, man?
Yeah, Mike. I saw you tweeted
of hot minutes.
You had a 2-year gap in your Twitter feed, and then bam, like there's a kid who can like walk and talk and shit.
I know. So that's what's been keeping me busy, obviously. And I really don't know. Like, I would look on Twitter every now and then, but I haven't posted a YouTube video in like a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought, hey, I'll throw something on Twitter. I haven't been around in a while, and
the response was amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was surprised that people still actually are following my Twitter feed, but I don't know. It was pretty cool.
So real life, you still an architect?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything new there? Like, what do you do in architect? You set up like retail stores, right?
I'm not a licensed architect per se, so there's a long process you have to go through the schooling and testing and registration and all that. So I'm a project manager. I have the ability to take tests to become licensed, but at the company that I'm at, they're so large, I really don't have any motivation to be registered at the moment. So I'm a project manager. I work with clients and manage projects and get stuff built. We work in retail, so if you shop somewhere, then I had the potential to work on your building. So,
any retail stores we've heard of, like you do Toys R Us or Walmart or anyone?
Yeah, big. I'd rather not say names of names of.
You don't want to go through your list. Do you travel much?
Yeah, I do. Occasionally, a little bit. We have a new client that's based in Florida that's opening up a brand new concept. It's like a boutique retail kind of surf shop. So we have 4 of those that are opening this year. So I've been back and forth from there a good bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
How's everything with the kid? Is it everything you hoped for? You have to air any grievances now before he's old enough to understand it.
No, it's awesome. You know what? One of the most annoying thing is bottles. Okay, so there's 2 types of bottles. One that constantly leaks, and another that never leaks, or like bottles or sippy cups. One that never leaks but has like 4,000 parts to it. So I have to kind of pick my evil, whether I want water or milk all around my house or whether I want to assemble a bottle before I give him something to drink. So outside of that, it's good.
And he's like 2, right?
Yeah, he's 2. Yeah, he just turned.
When do women stop breastfeeding? How long do they do that? I don't know. Like, I'm basing that off of Game of Thrones, where that kid was like
8 or 9.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, the kid stops breastfeeding a few months in, but I kept it going till.
Good for you, buddy.
Yeah, she's still lactating because I have needs for cereal, whatever.
Jesus
Woody pinches a penny anywhere he can.
You've
seen that special milk in his refrigerator. That's
a penny saved is a penny earned.
We were talking about that on our trip. The possibility. So it's a bit of a spoiler, but in Mad Max, there's a scene where they're basically pumping women for their breast milk and because it's post-apocalyptic. There's no cows. You can't support cows, but you can support women, and you can milk them. And we were talking about why is it that we think of breast milk as such an abhorrent thing that we wouldn't want to drink.
It's cool.
When we're happy to drink milk out of something like a cow, which, if you really think about it, is a really disgusting, dirty animal. Like those teats get like shit splattered on them and dirt like all the time. Like a woman's breast, for the most part, is very clean.
Yeah, very
like,
little shit.
Yeah, zero shit on most of the titties that I have encountered in my life.
I could go to the next level. Like people drink cow's milk all the time, but if I were to offer them goat's milk or like rabbit milk or dog milk, they'd all be like,
Rabbit
"What?
milk.
No, that's gross." Takes a lot of rabbits. They'd say that it was just awful. But really, like, why is cow like the adopted animal, other than the fact that they produce massive amounts of milk?
That's it.
Yeah, if there was an alternate universe where everyone drank human women milk, then like I can totally see why that would be more normal and regular and cool.
Yeah.
That's a good political stance. That's a job creating idea.
Yeah, right. Everyone's seen the
factory,
CPG Grey video
women
where
hooked
they
up.
say that unskilled labor is totally going to be replaced by machines. New jobs.
Yeah.
I would like that. Would you? I feel like there
You
should
would like
be some
that.
group of people who are really into it too. Is like with every like food fetish that comes about. This isn't organic. This is like the next version of organic, right? Like it's super organic. It's straight from the woman's breast. Like there's nothing to. And if you had like really like organically fed women, like if you had vegan woman breast milk.
Yeah.
I think that would be the top tier of breast milk.
Yeah, a lot of
Purest
niche markets.
Oh
there.
God!
Yeah.
So the woman has to be vegan in this scenario?
Or maybe she's fed nothing but a pure diet of alcohol, like nothing but grain alcohol, so that her breast milk is alcoholic.
And then if you're on a budget, you can just get purely corn-fed women breast milk. They eat out of troughs.
And I've heard you always hear about like it's kind of a terrible story, but when like crack mothers or whatever, or women who are like on serious drugs breastfeed, they're passing along barbiturates and all kinds of things to the baby. So maybe we could have like some stoned women and we could drink their titty milk and get wasted off of titty milk.
I was looking for kind of a noob's way to get into Quaaludes. And I think
Wait, what year is it?
I don't know.
They don't even
Would you
make
want to
those.
have it? You know how they have those stories on some of the organic products where it's like Richard the chicken, had a great life. I would want it to say like Vanessa was given plenty of room to frolic in the sun every day. Lots of fresh water.
There's pictures of her like laying out in a backyard with only bikini bottoms.
No, yeah. Like I imagine on the cover, it's her face, her chest, and one titty. Just one, just right there. And it's just like a slice of her like that you see on the jug of milk.
Has to be classy.
And you like dig through them looking for the hot chick, and you're like, aha!
Yeah.
Vanessa.
They'd be free range hotties playing like beach volleyball and stuff and breastfeeding.
Yeah.
You'd get a whole new swath of snooty assholes. Oh, you're drinking, Tiffany from, somewhere in Texas who's eating hormone beef and all that nasty shit. I only drink Sasha from Boston who eats pure diets. The
Mike, have you
finest
tested
vegetables.
human breast milk? Have you ever tasted it?
I have not.
Step up your game for the next kid. Just saying.
I'm sure at some point all of us have had it. We just
Oh,
can't recall.
Yeah, to some level.
I
but
tweeted out like a month ago, like, as I think about it, everyone in this family has sucked on Jackie's boobies.
Oh, I bet your kids love that.
Well,
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh, I would try it if everybody else went and did it first, but I don't want to be the pioneer into that industry.
What was that website we found? Wasn't it where women would like pour the milk in their mouth and then spit it out? Like was that
yeah.
or did we actually find breast milk? I thought we did find like where you could buy.
No, it's the
breast
gargling one.
Yeah,
I
it was.
know what you're talking
It was.
Okay.
about. That's a satire website.
Yeah, that's different.
Oh, that was a satire website.
No, that was real.
Yeah, there's no way people are buying full bottles of mouth-washed around milk,
Oh, totally. Yeah.
getting little bits of food that the woman had eaten 2 days prior.
There's
Disgusting.
a subreddit where they're buying
What?
used panties.
I found
Yeah,
it.
let's try and find this.
I'm
we
on
already
it.
found it.
Yeah, no, I'm all over this.
Finish the-
I haven't seen PKA in a while. It's all coming back to me now, though.
Yeah, here we go.
I remember.
White power milk. Yeah, it had like a racist overtone. Now that I remember, like all the girls were they all white? Yes. Oh, and I remember the jawline. We were rating which one was the hottest.
Yeah, Woody's always got an interesting view on that.
Yeah. Well, that leads me to my first. I swear I'll circle back to this.
Sure,
but,
let's hit it.
all right, left to right. Who would bang Caitlyn?
So here's the problem with Caitlyn.
Oh,
This photograph of Caitlyn is pretty attractive for a 50-something-year-old woman.
65.
However, this is super airbrushed, and she's got tons of makeup on. It took them 5 hours to make her look like this, and then they airbrushed it. So no, I don't think she looks anything like this in real life. We all know what Bruce Jenner looked like. He was a fucking Olympic athlete. He's got a manly face, and I know there were hours of feminization face surgery, but this lady still looks like a dude if you see her in person. I guarantee it.
yeah. It's gonna be a hard pass for me.
Yeah, even the photo is still. I mean, it's yeah. There's still a manly essence to that.
I'd hit it.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Look
Next
again.
topic.
This is
Would
a
you ask
girl.
her? Yeah, new topic. Mike says. Would you ask her to like regale you of stories from her days in the Olympics?
Look at her
Oh,
collarbones. Her collarbones
seen-
are like
That's what I-
straight on. Like there's so
Really?
much
Her collarbones
airbrushing
are
and
ruining
painting
it?
there.
Have you seen what 4chan did, where they started a mock thing where they're like, if she was a woman the whole time, she shouldn't be able to keep her medals when she was a man in the Olympics, and like it's just a huge troll operation. But a couple like less reputable sources have picked it up, and I just think that's so funny that they manage to do this kind of shit so regularly.
Yeah.
Just get under people's skin with something that's just PC enough to garner the left's hatred of like. But, just realistic enough that conservatives are like, oh, no, she's still a man. Yeah, she's mentally ill. But as a whole, I think it's fine. She's doing what she's doing.
Yeah, I got no problem with it. I just
Yeah,
don't
whatever
think
makes
that-
you happy.
We all know what Bruce Jenner looks like, though, and the final product, no matter how much surgery she endures, is not going to look like that picture. I guarantee it. Wait until you see like some tabloid photo
But
of
based
Caitlyn
on
on the
this
street.
picture, I mean, like,
It's
Come
like a
on, she's
cartoon
kinda
character.
hot,
Like-
right?
Like, yeah, I'd fuck this picture, and I'd also fuck the hot female bunny from Space Jam. Okay, because they're on the same level, right?
They are not on the same level. One is
Neither
a
are based
cartoon.
in reality. Absolutely not.
and my understanding is it's pretty hard to sex rabbits. That could have been a dude for all we know.
That was a hot rabbit, and she was person-sized, if you remember the movie.
just saying, like, it takes some
She
training.
had 2 breasts. That's right away. She's got some human, you know.
You don't know
See,
what's under
she's
that
like
jersey.
missing 4 breasts in that scenario.
I'm okay with that. I think those other 4. I'm not gonna milk her like you.
You're being a little
rabbit's
judgy in this this part of the show.
Chicken rabbit's milk.
So yeah, I wanted to do the left or right on that. I don't know. I think she turned out pretty hot.
But
yeah.
I don't think that's a picture of her. I think that's a heavily photoshopped and picture of her wearing tons of makeup with hair extensions and in like perfect lighting with a professional photographer. That's not the
Yeah,
same.
but that's like every magazine cover.
No.
So it's not like
Like,
they're
look-
giving her.
All right, so like look at like this part of her body, like in here, like around the collarbone and below the collarbone. I don't even know what, like the top of.
I
where-
agree. Yours are much better.
Yeah, Kyle, show me yours again, Kyle. Show me more.
Oh, top notch.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that.
Have you ever thought of going into the milk gargling business?
think I'm not. Did you like it, Robert?
So, Mike, how were you able to give up the fame and fortune of YouTube?
Fame and fortune. I don't know. There wasn't a ton of fame and fortune there for me. It was a lot of work. That was the biggest thing. Job was taking more responsibility, and the kid came along, and just priorities kind of shifted. So I think
I can't wait anymore. I want to know. Is your dog all right? You had an awesome dog.
yeah, she's all right. She's getting old though.
Yeah.
She's a Weimaraner, so they're pretty big dogs. They have joint problems, and she's like, I think she's 10 or so, and she's starting to get some arthritis and stuff. But
Woody's getting a wolf.
I'm not.
I thought you had a wolf. You had the big ass Irish wolfhound, or what? Did
I
you
had
have,
So I had a Great Dane, maybe.
Great Dane,
When
yeah.
when you were still doing YouTube, and
You don't have him?
He died like 2 weeks ago.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was only
Nice job, Mike.
Next topic.
he was about 5, and in the middle of the night he just had a heart attack at the foot of our bed. Great Danes can have heart issues sometimes. They're big dogs, so they're all messed up, right? So now we're actually looking for a new Great Dane. We've looked at like a lot of breeds, and I keep circling back. Great Danes are cool. Like they're cool because they line up with what we want. We like big dogs.
I love that. They're big dogs, they're all messed up. So we're getting another Great Dane.
We'll take 2 this time.
We have one. We're getting our second.
I would
Make 2.
If it was up to me, we got the Weimaraner because both my wife and I were able to agree on it. She wanted a I don't know, golden retriever or something.
My childhood dog was a Weimaraner.
If it was up to me, I would get an Irish Wolfhound. I have loved those dogs since Robin Hood back in the day when those things were all around in that movie. So, all right, sorry.
I don't even know what those look like.
Yeah, I'm actually looking one up. Share it with
Irish
everybody.
Wolfhound? Oh, they're awesome.
huge.
They're
Yeah.
massive.
He had long fur though.
Yeah, it's a Great Dane with long hair.
Would you consider that one, Kyle? It has the word wolf in it.
I recommended that one to Woody. I told him he should get the biggest fucking dog he could get, and I know those Irish Wolfhounds are some of the biggest.
Yeah, I like it, but so I don't know about the Irish Wolfhounds in general. We like the coat on the Great Dane because they're so small. And I was gonna say something else. Great Danes are neat because they're like mega athletic. Like you let them outside and they just gallop like horses, and they sprint. They run like 35, 40 miles an hour. Like they're really cool. But when that's over and it's only like 5 minutes, they're the laziest dogs ever. They just sit there and lay on the ground like bumps on a log and don't do anything. They say they're good apartment dogs, and I like that. I like a dog that's like athletic when you turn it on, and then you flip the off switch and they lay around all day. That's perfect to me. So I think we want that again.
Yeah,
I
that's
really
nice.
wanted you to find some sort of a weird freak dog to get.
And then they get old fast. Like it's kind of a negative on the death side. But our yellow labs were puppies for like 4 years, just like tons of energy, bouncing off the walls, destructive, whatever.
What about a fox?
Our Danes, like 18 months in, they're grown-up dogs.
What about a pet fox? Like that'd be cool, right?
No.
No.
They probably have like really smelly hormone pee that attracts
Nah.
other foxes.
And there's like they're
rub
wild
them on the
animals.
belly and
They
they're
have
just like-
like
they
no
bark like-
affection for humans or like.
I've seen some that do have affection. I really think you should get an alternative pet, like fox.
Kyle, it's really easy to encourage your friends to get alternative
Yeah.
pets.
Yeah.
Because then it's like having a boat. Whatever comedian said that. You don't want to have the boat. You want your friend to have the boat so you can go use it and
Yeah,
not
Kyle.
worry about the shit.
Show me your pet emu. Show me the ostrich
Yeah.
that's roaming
I have
around
a
in
pet
your yard.
monster that lives upstairs. like,
That's no
I
way
got
to
my
refer to
alternative
Kitty.
pet. That motherfucker. Every night,
How
like
do you get rid of him?
it's Kitty's fucking dog now. Like it rained the other day, and like I get a text, and it's like Dak's loose in the house. I'm like, what the fuck? Like you want to warn me? Like he'll kill me if I go up there and I'm unarmed. He
What
will.
did you do again to terrorize that dog to the point
There
of
was
hating
not. There wasn't any one thing. There was one freak out moment where like I went to like chop down like a bush, like a weed really that was next to my mailbox, and while I was walking him, and like the arm movement of chopping that spooked him, and he wrapped himself around the mailbox and pulled the mailbox out of the ground, and then wormed his way out of a shoulder harness and disappeared for 3 days.
Sounds traumatic.
My
No wonder he doesn't like you.
Fuck him.
my
like
neighbor
the front-
came over yesterday or the day before, and they brought a dinner, which I thought was really cool, with like instructions on how to heat it up and everything. And we gave him a little house tour, showed him around. And he sees my computer now. My computer has like an ultra wide monitor in the middle, and then 2 monitors on either side. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense because I saw you looking to the side, and I was wondering what you were looking at." And it's like, "Fuck, he's watching PKA. Like this is not good. Like my worlds are not supposed to collide. Like
I know, right?
Right? He's gonna be like, "Huh, Woody's tasted human breast milk and is pretty interested in rabbit titties. And,
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I don't like that either. The guy that cuts my grass, like randomly, he got done cutting the grass, and I was like, "Oh, you guys did a good job." Blah blah blah. I was like, "Who do I pay? Who's the guy to pay?" He's like, "Ask me over here. It's nice to meet you. I really like that fucking cannon you got. Where do I get one of them cannons?" And I'm just like, "Shit, I don't know, man. I got the only one. Like, what do you want me to say?"
Yeah, Paul, if you catch this, like, this is entertainment, man. Don't judge me. Just saying. I'm not supposed to see any of you people in real life.
Exactly how he is in real life. It's all like titty milk and like hoping for world disasters and shit like that. Watching Nepalese children fall down into fault lines and get smushed. Like, he loves it.
Like you don't have any hobbies.
Actively making fun of poor countries and all their shit tier activities. Woody's all about that in the pre-show.
So, Mike, tell me more about life. What's going on?
Life. We bought a new house.
Did you?
Yeah. Are you moved into your new place?
I am. This is my new place.
Awesome. How is it?
It's awesome. There are times when I genuinely just like look out the door or walk through like some of the bigger rooms and be like, I feel lucky to live here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then there are
cool.
other times where it's just normal to me. But
yeah, we kind of did that. We were in a townhome before. It was I don't know, 1,600 square feet, just a standard townhome.
Right.
And then we bought like a 3,500 square foot house with like an acre worth of land and love it. So
yeah,
it's that also is taking a lot of time because there's lots of stuff to maintain and keep up with. So
is your house new?
No, it's old. It was built I think in 89, 90.
Yeah.
So
mine has like sections in it. Some is that old, some is even older. Like I think we got parts built in the 70s.
Some of it goes back to the dawn of man, I believe.
This is Winterfell.
The Underground Railway. Part of that touches where his house was.
Right, but like
historicity.
the previous owners here could to catch the slaves.
Jesus Christ.
It's North Carolina, right? This is not some plantation owner's home. You know the good people didn't live here.
Wow.
So
let's let the guy from Georgia defend him.
Yes, please, Kyle.
Well, if you think about it, some of the good people had to, or there wouldn't have been. That's what the Underground Railroad was. It was anti-slavery people in the South harboring slaves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed harboring.
This shit's a plantation. You know, they took advantage of the cheap labor. They had to.
Cheap my ass. That shit was free.
We gotta feed them, clothe them, etc.
Someone made the point that with like the current prison system, that they're actually cheaper than slaves because you got taxpayers feeding them, but then they're like they're doing work for the private prison whole thing, and they listed some of the things that prisoners do for us, and I had no idea. Like I wish I could rattle off the list now, but it was a lot of like food packaging and bullshit like that. I thought they just like stamped out license plates.
Yeah,
and
that's all I thought they did. I thought they like made coat hangers and
they
really
make ammunition and all
road
kinds
maintenance.
of crazy shit. We use prison labor for all kinds of cool stuff. They need to get some of that prison labor over to Woody's house for that fencing. Now that's what you need. If you had a buddy that you could like grease some wheels, maybe he brings you like 8 guys who are late on their child support over. You have that fence up in no time.
All of Wings of Redemption's felony friends will come here.
Yeah,
round them up.
Plant the friends.
that was so great. I kind of want to tell Mike the
Go
story.
ahead, please do.
I don't know this.
If I remember it correctly, Wings had a desk that he commissioned to be built. He paid this guy a lot of money up front to build the desk. Long story short, the guy was a poor excuse for a carpenter. He got the structure built, but then he put this epoxy coating or something on top, and it got really awful. Like imagine the whole top is like thick, sticky goo. So like there was a plan at one point to bring the desk to Woody's house. Woody's a pretty accomplished carpenter, and Woody was gonna sort of straighten this thing out. And Wings was saying, could I bring my buddy, and I don't remember the guy's name, but could I bring this guy with me and he'd stay over too? And the guy was like a felon or something.
Yeah.
So it started this whole thing where Woody's like, you know what? I just don't want a felon living in my house. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want this strange felon coming to stay with me. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Was it a dangerous felon, or was it like
No,
a got
I mean-
caught peeing in public felon?
I think it was a semi. It
It was
was
a
definitely
drug
not
charge,
caught.
right? Is that what it was?
I thought it was a drug charge.
Yeah, I think it was a drug charge, but I'm not certain. And, he might be a great guy. I don't know. But just the same, I don't know him. I didn't invite that guy to my house anyway. It was a crazy situation.
Well, I thought the whole thing was just hilarious.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
It was that. So now you got a big pimp house on a big pimp lot, an aging dog, a 2-year-old son, and still married, I hope?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep. Not very limited time for gaming, but
Do you ever get the itch to get back into videos?
not really. I started playing Destiny though, which is kind of fun.
I read that on your Twitter.
Different than some of the other games that I've played. So, but no itch for the video stuff.
I played so much COD with Mike, and it used to be Mike, me, and then like a couple other players, all strong, right? I might have been the worst one in the party, and that was when I learned like to talk trash. Like it was pretty much like me and my bodyguards roaming through COD lobbies, and they talk shit. And you guys have heard this before, but Mike was the reason I could say, "Dude, don't leave. Stay right here. We're gonna fuck up your KD ratio."
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Modern Warfare 2. Yeah, I think there have been 2 Call of Duties come out that I haven't even played, which is crazy to think. Where
You didn't miss much.
Yeah, I could almost say the
that's,
same.
That's what I've heard, but it's crazy that it went from like that being a huge part of my life to just kind of gone.
I feel like it did for all of us. I feel like we all had, dozens of days of playtime, and it was that thing. We loved it, and it was, for me, it was like I would go to sleep, and sometimes I would dream about it. I would have Call of Duty dreams where like it's a mixture of real life and like the interaction with a COD game. It's this weird like dreamland. I was into it so much, but now I'm just like, yeah, I want to play the new one, I guess, but not the way I used to. I want to play the new one. I don't want to master the new one and make it a part of my lifestyle. And I feel like that's what COD 4 was. That's what Modern Warfare 2 was, and to a lesser extent, that's what Black Ops was, but not anymore so much. I am getting sucked into Civilization 5.
Sucked into you're in the center of a black hole, Kyle. It is your
a
night.
void from which there is no escape.
See, and because he's been talking about it so much, for the first like 7 or 8 episodes that he would bring it up, I thought this was like a big game online. Until you told me like 2 episodes ago, I didn't know that there were a half dozen of random ass people across the country playing this game with you. And
Turns
Total
out
of
that,
6.
so that's not true. I've discovered. I used to think that was true, but it's not. So here's the thing: Civilization 5's single player aspect is really, really fun and addictive. Its multiplayer aspect, even more so, and much more challenging because AI versus a human. There's just no contest in a turn-based strategy game. People are just much better. They make better decisions constantly. So the problem is that the multiplayer functionality of the game is very poor. So you have to be part of a Steam group so that like everybody knows each other, and like you have like a no quit rule, and everybody agrees to those rules. And if anybody breaks the rules, they get kicked out of the Steam group. And I'm in the process of joining one of those. I started watching this guy's videos. I think his name's Filthy, but he's one of the best multiplayer players in the world, I suppose. He makes really good videos, and they've got a Steam group I think I'm going to try to join. But
you're in the process of joining. So what steps have you yet to fulfill?
He submitted his application.
I don't have to get spanked.
Under review.
It's like a frat. Pretty much all the sorority sisters fuck someone to get in. Kyle has to circle jerk on the pizza. Last one eats. It's you know.
I think what I actually have to do is like just message like 2 or 3 of them and get one of them to add me to their friends list, and they invite me into a chat, and then I say, hey, I'm an adult who wants to play this game with you. I won't quit. Can I join your Steam group? And they'll just say yeah, and that'll be the end of that. So I don't think it's like an exclusive like YouTuber club.
Do they really make you finish? Because sometimes 3 hours in advance that you lost.
So what they do is sometimes they'll have a vote as to whether you're relevant in the game anymore. So there are a few things that if this happens to you, then everybody knows you're out. Like if you lose your capital, yeah, you can leave. But if maybe you've just fallen woefully behind everyone can take a vote, and you can take your 6th place spot because they keep score of your standing, and you can just leave. I saw one where that was the argument. The 6th place player didn't want to like end the game and concede victory to the number 1 guy who had went way ahead because he thought that he could get a 5th place finish and have that in the standings. And the 5th place guy was like, "Fuck it, man! I just want to get out of here. Like, you take 5th spot. I'll bump down to 6th. Let's end this shit. We've been going for 8 hours and like no end in sight."
8 hours. He's adorable.
Oh, nice quick game.
Mike, do you play Civ at all?
I know nothing about it.
Oh my god. It's a fun game. I used to play single player a lot, like for 10 years or something, off and on. And I got into Civ Rev, I think a fair amount. My whole family played it on the Xbox. And then Civ 5 came out, and it's even more complicated. But the challenge is this. You can't play this game unless you can block off like 8 to 15 hours.
Now, that's excessive.
Oh?
So it depends what mode you play. In a 1v1, me and Chiz knocked out our 1v1 the other day in an hour and a half. So like those go fast. That's something that if you don't have much time, 1v1, that's a lot of fun. But if you're playing like 2v2, a 6-man free-for-all, then yeah, a 6-man free-for-all, if you play down to like the very, very end where I'm shooting missiles at you and you're nuking me, a lot of hours could have gone by. It could be 9, 10 hours. But on quick pace, it won't go any farther than that. It just won't. I don't.
Maybe
think.
I exaggerated with 15, or 15's possible, but the longest it'll go.
9 hours and 45 minutes before. That's the longest I've sat here and played.
I want to say we streamed that long, and
I
we didn't
think that
even
might-
finish. We just kind of like tipped the king, like guys, it's clear.
That's ridiculous. If you have to choose between like, hey, you guys want to play one game of free for all or watch all the extended Lord of the Rings, we can only do one because we've only got 10 hours to spend. Like that's too long for one game.
That's
It's
my
not
issue
always
with it.
like that.
That's a long
It's
time.
really not. But sometimes it is. So you have to go into the mindset of I could be here. It's going to be a minimum of 3 hours, but it might be 9 hours. But and at the end of 9 hours, you can walk away with just a sick feeling in your stomach and just regret for wasting the last 9 hours because the
9
other
hours.
guy.
I'm selling it.
It's worth it for the victories. It really is. When you win one, it's,
Oh my
it's really
god!
fun.
But the highs are really high, right? Because it's something you really worked for, and it's almost a measure of you and your intelligence and your worth as a gamer. Here we are, straight up, me v you, or a little team thing going on. It's about how clever I am, how manipulative I am, how tricky I can be, how smart I am, my build
orders,
my-
unit control. There's macro,
my micro. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into winning this game. It's very difficult to win, and when you win, you're like, I have just bested him.
Victory.
But the problem is the losses are just as bad, and it takes hours to lose. Hours, right? Things aren't going well for you. You think you might be a little behind. That's when you know you're 4.5 hours of drudgery from when you finally get a mercy death.
How long does the happiness last before you get up from your computer, drudge into the bathroom, and start brushing your teeth at 5:08 in the morning, and then have to go get into bed along your significant other who's been there for 7 hours? Like, just, we're alone.
That very thing has happened to me many times. It really. That exact thing you just described has happened to me many times.
You're describing his lifestyle. Go on.
I honestly do not brush my teeth, though. At that point, it's like I'll brush them at noon when I wake up. But I've got 1,288 hours. I was looking that up when you guys were talking. 1,288 hours of time in that game. And I still feel like I know I'm going to downgrade myself from what I said last time. I feel like I know half of everything there is to know. Because like every time I watch one of Filthy's videos or tutorials, and really every game I play, I learn a new thing. It's just every time. I feel like my game's getting better every time. I've lost a few in a row now. I think the last 2 I've played I've lost. And then today a guy cheated against me and beat me, which was very upsetting.
I heard this story. It was
a weird game
genuinely
mechanic.
cheated. Yeah.
So I didn't realize this. He claimed this. He was Shoshone. I'll go through this fast because it's boring. He was Shoshone, and it was a 1v1. He lowered his difficulty level all the way to the bottom, and it gave him extra settlers when he got a ruin. So he basically started the game with 3 cities instead of 1. And I didn't realize that he changed the difficulty on his side until it was too late. I'd wasted an hour of my time, and I was like, "What the fuck? Are you cheating? Like, how are you cheating? What did you do?" And he finally admitted it, and it was just a waste of time. Some 13-year-old child really pissed me off today.
I have a question. So today is June 4th, 2015. How has your life changed since June 4th, 2014?
Not nearly as fat.
Okay, that's a good one. New girlfriend for Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle.
Get some new guns.
New girl, new guns. Jesus, Kyle's life is gonna win.
Got a new one behind him right now. Standing there with some very good-looking underboob. Looks like those aren't going to drop as she ages.
Not a bit.
No.
Not a bit.
She,
Right
look at
where
that
they
belly, though. She might be pre-fat. I predict 40 years from now, she's growing.
She also doesn't have a belly button, which is a little
Totally
upsetting.
does. Totally
Yeah,
does.
she's got one there, a little innie.
Oh,
It
I
looks
can't
like.
see it.
I swear, is it something about the shadow? It almost looks like it's blurred out, but I swear it's not. But yeah, like her crotch area is just,
Shadow.
yeah, but there's like a horizontal stripe on it, like from left to right. You guys see it too?
Oh, that's where her hips attach to her torso. Woody.
Ah, that's a good quality. I never
Yeah.
met a girl that could do that.
It makes her easy to store.
Again, something most women suck at, getting stored.
Those mannequins
true.
are like $250 a piece for the female mannequins with the big tits. They use them in like adult stores for like lingerie and stuff like that to display it. But I like the idea of having a bunch of female terrorists or something to blow up or set on fire. So
Oh,
Also, the only woman in existence who takes up
I'll be
half
right
the
back.
closet.
My wife says something doesn't smell right next to the electrical work you did. Burning.
Oh, good.
So what? You guys carry on without me. I'm going to investigate this.
yeah, you go look after.
So, Kyle, new guns. I'm not fat anymore. Mike,
I have a
kid's a year older. Double the name.
2-year-old instead of a 1-year-old. Yeah, and about this time last year, we had just moved into the house. So it's you
Actually,
guys are there. We go. Y'all are lagging for a
yeah, I was
second.
getting robot-y. But yeah, I didn't know you'd been in that house for so long. So you've been
Yeah.
off Twitter for taking your respite from the internet.
Yeah, it's been just over a year. So it was and like I said, man, it's totally a house with a yard. I mean, I had to buy all the yard stuff, lawnmowers and weed eaters, and
Don't
do
get
all
Woody
that.
started on that.
I do all that stuff
Yeah,
on my
don't bring
own
that up
too.
with Woody. He'll-
No.
Don't mention
Yeah.
your lawnmower to Woody. Woody has 5 fucking lawnmowers. Like he's gotten into lawn care so much. He bought like a tractor and like 3 implements to put behind it, and like 3 riding lawnmowers. Like the whole family cuts
I
grass
believe it.
together.
He probably researched each one for like 3.5 months.
Yeah.
He could easily open up a landscaping business right now if he wanted to. Like he needs to load the family up in that truck and get to work. Like he's got it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's not
I'm
bring that up.
a little worried that's why the stream got a little fuzzy there for a minute. It's because he's like down there shorted out on the wiring.
That could be it. Hopefully, we don't have to turn this into a 3-person show for the next 3 hours with cinders and burning
Yeah,
happening on his screen.
I'm sure Jackie will end the stream as they take him to the ER or something like that. Yeah, she won't leave us hanging like that.
She might just step in, fill his void.
Have you ever been electrocuted, Taylor?
I don't think severely.
His connection is terrible.
enough that it would-
You don't say.
Huh.
Really? Interesting. I think he's gone.
I think so too. I was just gonna say I've been electrocuted a few times. I think I've been hit by 120 volts.
Oh
200
fuck! It did that all.
Oh, there. Maybe? No.
What a show!
Yeah. this
I've
is
been hit by-
premium right here.
I've been hit by 120 volts, which is what like a blow dryer would be, and I've been hit by like 220 volts, which is what like a couple horsepower electric motor is. And I've also been hit by like the starter of a car that was shorted out, and I think that was the most painful out of all of them. I really hate getting electrocuted, but I've had really poor luck in my life, and like I've been grounded out a bunch of times. Oh, and electric fences. My dad had an electric fence, and I've been shocked by that thing too.
Yeah, I hit a couple. I grew up in the country, and I hit a couple cattle fences growing up, and those things are not fun.
No,
for sure.
depending on how powerful they are. I had one of my dad's neighbors had goats, and I guess the goat got stuck in the fence, and it totally electrocuted the goat to death.
Oh, dude.
Well, I'm a little worried that Woody has some sort of legitimate emergency, and this
Yeah.
is just the course with Taylor, though. Oh, here we go.
Am I back?
Coming back.
Well, there he is. So you were telling us about
Give me a smoke fire real quick.
smoke.
Fire.
That's pretty quick.
There you go.
We got it? Okay.
Yeah,
You're good.
Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
No problem. I was going to ask you about your electrocution story, if you had one, if you'd ever been shocked or electrocuted in some way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I rambled on for like 30 seconds.
We can get into
And then
that.
I heard you be like, "Oh, I think he's gone. Fascinating." And then I got booted. But so it's all right. So mine's not even good. I've done it to myself a few times on accident, and I recall you mentioning something like this, where you just get a little too aggressive when you're trying to pull a stubborn socket out of like a surge protector of the wall, and you accidentally like grab the tongs on the other side. I've done that multiple times, but that's it. Where it's just kind of like maybe late at night trying to unplug something and just and then it's like, oh fuck, I'm awake now. Maybe we'll keep playing. But
I was
but
telling
that's
Mike,
it.
I've been hit a few times. I've been hit by 120, which is like what your dryer would run on or something. I've been hit by 220, which is like what a couple horsepower electrical motor runs off of, and that was horrible. That felt like fire in my hands. But I've also been hit by the starter of a car when like I was just grounded out working on under the hood, and when they turned it over, it shocked me, and it hurt much, much worse than any of the other things. That was awful. I feel like it was like the fire from the spark plug. It must have hit me like a dozen times.
Right
Did it
to you.
linger in your hands for a while? Like were you kind of twitching
like
about?
like if you hit your funny bone and it kind of feels like it's vibrating.
Oh, I had another one too off of a boat dock. There was a lamp or something that had came detached, and the wiring was exposed, and literally within like a 10-foot radius of it, I got just buzzed up, and when I got out, my entire body was shaking. It was terrible.
From 10 feet away?
Yeah, in a lake, yeah, beside a dock.
Oh, okay, right. That makes more
Oh,
sense.
so you were in the water and this just dropped into the water and it.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like already there, but once I got into the vicinity of it, like I could feel the it pulsating through my body.
That sounds cool. No, it was nothing down there that I couldn't smell anything. Jackie had like dentine.
False alarm, Jackie.
She was chewing on some sort of breath freshening gum, and I could smell nothing else. Like so, I'm like leaving the room, coming back, sending her elsewhere. Like I didn't smell it, and nothing was warm. So I think she's just loony.
Have you ever been shocked, Woody?
Oh
Like
yeah.
electrically shocked?
Let's see. Most recently,
stories?
yesterday.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I was installing, or maybe it was the day before, but I was installing a variable speed fan control. This room I'm in was too warm, and the air conditioner, like Hope's room was really cold, and this room's too warm, and they're in the same zone. So I put an inline fan in my in the ductwork to make it sort of blow faster into this room. I can crank it up so fast, it's awesome. It's 8 inches, so it's a big fan, right? And I bought a good one because it came with a variable speed fan controller, and it blows so fucking fast. If I turn the ceiling fan on, it still spins around and shit. Yeah. But it has a speed control on it, so I dial it to right where I want it, and it seems to really do the trick. So
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, I wish I'd done that in my last house. In my last house, it was the master bedroom. Got in the summer all the AC, and in the winter it got all the heat. And when I put this in, my wife was like, "Do you think it steals from the other rooms?" And I'm like, "I hope so." Because it's not that the air conditioner can't cool everything; it's that it's not being distributed perfectly. So yeah, take a little from here, give a little to there, and then when we set the zone, everyone will get the proper temperature.
My sister had a similar problem. When we were growing up, her bedroom was always
Screw her.
It never cooled properly at all, and then they I think Dad put in a similar thing to what you got, and it was remarkable the change. And it was just like, we should have done this years and years ago, because just really wouldn't cool that room.
And it's
so,
quiet.
Yeah, when I saw what you'd bought, I knew that was going to be really effective.
My I in my installation, I put it like I'm looking like 15, 18 feet away from where the air comes out. So there's no noise from the fan or anything. There's a little more noise from how fast the air blows. But yeah, like the fan itself is perfectly quiet. It just sends more air rushing out. And
That probably wasn't too bad of a shock, though, right? What was the worst shock you've ever had? Like, were you...
So that shock I was talking about, I was installing a receptacle, right? It just happened to be that there was a box with like live power dead-ended. And I'm like, oh, sweet, I'll do this. But I didn't take the time to like find the circuit breaker and turn it off and everything.
Fuck it.
Yeah, right? Like, who does that? I'm a man. So, and yeah, I was just like, I was on top of a ladder. So, like, I don't know, it was kind of a sketchy situation. Nearly fell down off the ladder. But, you live and learn. Someday I'll stop doing that. No, the worst shock I ever had, shocks, I don't know. I had a, like, spark plug go, like, through one hand and out the other one time, and it, like jump starts your heart. It's like an unpleasant, like, you're like a thing just happened that like, fuck, I just had like a pacemaker a little bit.
In a bad way, you mean? Not like you felt more powerful.
No. Yeah, I definitely didn't like, all right, do this for 30 seconds. Fight me.
Yeah. I'm going to go for a run right now. 10 miles. Time me.
No. It was just like my whole world sort of like skipped a beat, like stopped and restarted real quick. So it was like, it kind of was weird. I wish I had a better explanation. So, yeah.
I had a couple good ones. Mike had an interesting one. I just need to get a little older, a little less wise, and I'll get a good shock story someday.
Good combo.
Start doing home maintenance without using Google. Just be like, this looks right.
I'll just wing it.
It's a wooden handle. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh, man, Google's great. I was watching YouTube videos on how to use a multimeter because I consistently seem to forget that and check the power. It's good. It's good. Mike, are you doing a lot of home maintenance?
I am, as much as I can on my own. There's been a few things. I had irrigation in the yard was pretty messed up when we moved in, so I had to get a professional guy to come in and sort all that out. But most of the house stuff I've been able to do on my own.
Yeah. Yeah, irrigation in the yard takes specialized equipment. All sorts of ditch digging stuff and
finding the lines, and I've got all these zones, and a couple of the zones weren't working the way they should, and everything's obviously underground, so you got to have tools that can track to where stuff is or whatever. So I was like, I'll let the professionals handle that and save my time.
Exactly. But you doing HVAC? You doing electrical? What are you doing?
No, I haven't a little bit of electrical here and there, and just basic stuff, ceiling fans throughout the house, and some woodwork with the deck and stuff like that. But
HVAC is the worst. I
haven't had to do any.
There's no info about it. Like, you can't Google it. You can work on a car, which is way more complicated than HVAC, and there's no trouble. Like, everything is fine. Like, it's not really a big deal. There's so much information, and cars are just kind of meant to be user maintainable. But HVAC, they guard those secrets like it's some freaking secret.
What is HVAC for me and everyone listening?
HVAC.
Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
It's your heat and your AC. It's in your car and your house and etc.
Your thermostat and ductwork and the AC unit outside of your building. All that.
Yeah, and no one wants you to know how to maintain that stuff, even though it's dead simple. But they keep
job security for the maintenance people.
That's what they do, and I can't believe that they got like 15,000 HVAC people, professionals, to collectively keep a secret.
Keep it quiet.
Yeah. They're like, keep this shit on the down low, man. People start doing the equivalent of changing their own oil. We're all out of business.
I mean, when you think about that, 9/11 conspiracies don't seem too ridiculous.
No, they don't. They don't. Mike, who you got for president next time around?
Oh, for president? I have no idea. I haven't even started. Politics are not my forte, so I'm kind of I'm not that dedicated to the cause, I guess.
What level are you in Destiny?
I think at 34. Yeah.
So you're not working. You've not finished. We're going through the DLC yet. So 31 was the cap, right? Now it's 38. Does this sound right?
I don't know what I think it is.
I don't
34.
even own this game. Really? You think it's 34?
Yeah. I think so.
I'm going to check.
I need to look up the front runners for the presidential election because I don't even know. I know
Yeah, I
Clinton's
hear
going to
that-
run, right?
Yeah, I hear somebody new every day is throwing themselves into the race, but
I think you might be right that it is 34.
I hope as many people as possible throw themselves into the mix, just like last time when you got the, hijinks and hilarity of Santorum and all those idiots saying ridiculous things on the stage. It was great. Like, it's not even vaguely reminiscent of what a debate should be, but it's like an improv comedy show. It's so good. I like those.
Dude, the guy that sold pizza wanted to lower the tax rate to 9.99, which sounds like a pizza price.
$9.99 with a free side of garlic bread.
No, it's
And if
like
the Patriots get 3 touchdowns in the second quarter, lowers to 6.66.
Herman Cain. He's like, we'll make your tax rate 9.99%. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me. That was the thing. And then there was Giuliani, who worked in 9/11 to every sentence. Like, everything you asked him, he'd just say 9/11 as his default response. They asked him about taxes, and he's like, I think we ought to get it down to like 9, maybe 11%. It's like, you got you real? But yeah, he
No
really,
higher than 9.11.
yeah. So
Never forget my stance.
this time around, you've got Ted Cruz, who's good for some entertainment lately. Rand Paul, who I don't know, I whatever. He's got some wacky positions that he's against net neutrality. He's
Is he? Mm-hmm. God damn it! Why can't one of them like all the things I like?
right.
There is no asshole like faster, like party. That's
Donald
what
Trump, Kyle. There you go.
Oh, not at all. Trump's way too socially
Conservative.
conservative.
Plus,
yeah.
he's led the birther thing, and I can't get past that. Right? He was all Obama's from Kenya. Come on, dude. You're silly.
So who else is it? Ted Cruz. I don't know anything about him. Is he a Democrat?
He's a
Republican?
crazy Republican. Like, all the crazy things that Republicans want to do, like total climate change denier, wicked Bible beater. And then he just, I don't know. We could Google him. But Ted Cruz
I don't know. Sounds like a good God-fearing man.
I'm trying to think. Ted Cruz. Oh, yeah. Like, here's a fun one. He made fun of Biden after his kid died. So that's
just a little.
Tactful.
well,
Yeah, probably not very much.
Well, to be fair, how old was Biden's son? Because
In
Biden's
his
like
20s.
90 or something. Like his son had to be like 50
oh,
or 60.
46. His son was 46.
Right? Okay.
Yeah,
That doesn't make it better or anything. I was just wondering.
it's rough,
still
man.
shitty.
His son was 46, but he lost another son and a wife earlier in his life. So
Yeah, look at this picture of him. This picture looks like he's enjoying the smell of his own fart.
it's not a bad
Smart.
description.
Doesn't it look exactly like that? Like he's like, I know you all don't like it, but I'm enjoying. I'm seeping in this.
I wish I had more details on why this guy is.
Someone this
crazy.
attractive will never be voted in.
I don't know. There have been some ugly presidents.
No, there's never been. Not in the HD era. There haven't.
That's true.
Absolutely not. Go back to like when's the last ugly president? Fucking Nixon.
Yeah, Nixon.
Nixon's pretty fucking ugly.
Nixon was wearing a lot of makeup.
Even
His
Nixon
second
wasn't
time around.
that ugly. I mean,
He was pockmarked and overweight, and he didn't look he didn't look that bad on a black and white TV, but he was not an attractive man, especially not when he was up against JFK. That was funny. JFK wore makeup for the debate, and fucking Nixon didn't. So you've got that comparison going back and forth. Nixon's sweating, and
He looks like a gremlin that just-
pockmarked. Yeah, and then you've got JFK wearing makeup on the other side. It's just not even fair. Nixon. I think a lot of people think Nixon won that debate, but the public was totally shifted JFK.
I wish
Who's
I could
the next
fit
ugliest
him on my
president?
thing. But Nixon, when I look at him, ugly doesn't jump out at me. And this is his presidential portrait. Like, these things are supposed to be accurate, not flattering.
You sent me Caitlyn.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah. Now Caitlyn would be a hot president
There you go. That's
by those standards. She is better looking than Ted Cruz.
This is his presidential photo. Not ugly. Ugly is just not the right word for it.
Owls. This is a very good angle for that guy. He's got from the side. I think Nixon's a pretty rough-looking guy.
Really?
And you don't see how much that nose protrudes from this angle.
Yeah, this really does.
That's a double
hide
black
the
ski
length of
slope
the
he's got
nose.
on his face.
But go back before Nixon. Who before him would be the ugliest?
I was thinking like Lincoln was pretty ugly, but that was so long ago. People probably didn't even know what he truly looked like.
When you go back to, I think you have to do it in the age of television debates and television in general. Because if they're on the radio, I mean, it doesn't matter. And that's what most of it was. It was radio, and then like in the old days, you do like a whistle stop tour where like you'd ride a train town to town and it'd stop, you'd tell a speech off the back of the fucking train, and then they'd go to the next town. Like, that's how you saw your politician, if you ever did.
Yeah. I found a list of ugliest presidents. Taft. A lot of these are going to be from far away.
Yeah.
Or long ago. In the before.
Almost lost
Let's see. John Quincy Adams. I bet he wasn't a looker. That little troll-looking fuck. Yep, Nixon rounds it out, of course. But, yeah, you're probably right, Kyle. People won't vote for someone who they think is just ugly as shit.
Well, it's a popularity contest, right?
I think a lot of people are going to... Yeah, it is a popularity contest. And that guy right there has never won a popularity contest. He might have been voted into some other offices, but he's never been voted into any... what the hell was that? Where'd that come from? Random hair in my coffee.
Oh, good.
It's kind of gross.
All right.
So who else? We got Ted Cruz, that weirdo.
This is him.
Well, Jeb Bush hasn't announced yet.
Back. He does.
That's the same photo, I believe.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's the same one.
He's better looking than Ted Cruz, though.
There we go.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, you're right. It's super hard. They need to be tall. They need to be attractive. It's a popularity contest. That's part of it.
Look how much hair he's got in this. I see it.
God,
Yeah.
look at the shadow line from his nose, though.
I'm going to go back now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a big shadow.
it exists.
People would crouch under him if they were getting sunburned, I've heard.
Or if it's raining.
Just to
Smoke a cigarette in
show
the
a bit
rain.
of spite.
No problem. That's terrible.
Yeah.
So Merca, your internet connection has been making you row buddy here and there. I'm curious, what's the status on the next stage of your career? I'm trying to not give away anything. You were talking about moving. You were talking like a tweet you put out like a month ago seemed like it was a done deal. Is it less done now than it was before?
We might have lost Merca.
Yeah, I think you might have. Oh,
He moved.
he moved a little.
Merca, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Aha. So a month ago you put out a tweet.
You're a little row body.
I do that sometimes. A month. Are you there? Yeah. All right. Now you're back. So a month ago, you put out a tweet saying that I think that you were going to move and start. I don't know if it was a new job or a different position in the same company or what. But what's new with that? Is there anything new?
There is new stuff. I don't want to divulge anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. It's not 100% set in stone where I'm moving. I am moving soon. Like imminently soon, like very soon. But yeah, I don't want to say anything about the company or the line of work that I'm doing, but it will be something different than what I have done. A little, not 100%, but definitely more different.
What did you go to? Weren't you in school the last time that we were talking? What are you doing these days?
Stripper.
It's been a while. Oh, nice.
Yeah, a little bit, just mostly like bachelorette parties, but so nothing
That's
huge.
how you make the money.
Magic Taylor.
Yeah.
Can't you see he cut weight? Why do you think he did that?
Yeah,
Exactly. Get rid of that dad bod. That ridiculous trend that's on Twitter. But yeah, going into something pretty new. A lot of the same skills, I guess, will go into it. But I'm excited about it. But I am moving. I just don't want to divulge anything specific, just for Yeah.
Could it be safe to say that you perhaps will be able to have better internet at this new residence?
Yes, it couldn't get worse. So
It could. What's
Yeah,
your
it could-
actual speed right now? Like, do you know? Because I'm wondering if it's a bandwidth issue or if it's sort of if it's just a poor line.
let me see.
Because it
Is this-
seems like
Is this common?
yeah. 'Cause
Oh,
it seems like
yeah.
sometimes we get you in HD, but sometimes it just really falls apart, and I'm wondering if it's
Yeah, it seems to be kind of a crapshoot. I'll go on speed test
That's
and see
what-
what I'm getting.
I'd love it. Let me do the same. That'll be fun. You can do this at home, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speed test. All right, everybody, let's do speed test.
Speed test.
Ooh, this is better than I've seen it in a long time.
All right, I'm running a speed test now too.
What's a good ping?
20s, 30s. What the?
And higher is worse, right?
And what's worse?
Mine is 16.
Oh,
Higher is worse.
my
yes.
ping is
yeah.
51.
Mine is 16.
My download speed is 7.75. And my upload speed is 12.32. So better than I've seen it before.
I don't know why mine is so high.
You've got 12.32 upload.
12.32 up, 7.75
Hang on a minute.
down.
What's your upload, Taylor?
12.32.
Interesting. Well, see, then it's just got to be a bad line because all right, my download is 12.54 and my upload is 2.83. So my internet is technically worse than yours. It should be worse than yours for what we're doing right now.
I'm not sure.
So I'm gonna go.
Oh,
to
Woody's sharing his results. Bragging.
Yeah.
I,
He couldn't even say the numbers. They're so fucking big.
Yeah, there's that sideways 8 infinite sign.
Yeah.
I'm sharing it now. It's weird because
Wow.
my ping is normally not this low. I think of it as 20s or like low 30s. My upload has always been like 55, but during the test, it even hit like 70. It just didn't hold it long enough to report it. That was the download. And then the upload, 923, that's about where it was pinned. So I know that my area has been moving from 50 down, 5 up to 100 down, 10 up. And this implies to me like it's starting or something. I don't know. Because it doesn't usually do this well, but I'm happy it does.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's very
Google
nice.
Fiber is supposed to come to me. Is Google Fiber coming to Charlotte, Mike? No.
I haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
I doubt it. There was talks about it coming to Hickory, which is just outside of Charlotte, but I haven't heard anything else about it.
I wonder how they decide that. Because you hear about it going to just random ass towns. And
Hey,
then big
hey,
places
words
will
hurt.
avoid. No, not
You're from
all random
Boise.
ass
Suck a
towns.
dick.
Well, I don't mind that. But yeah, it's just weird how they pick it. Because I know that Kansas City was the first one that was really intertwined in there, right? Like, that was huge. Why would they pick that? Like, why these other places? What's their plan?
Yeah, I can see why they try. Like, I've been told it's the Goldilocks thing, right? Like, they don't want it to be so small. They don't pick, a town that you can't name, Phoenixville, Pennsylvania or something. But they also don't want to pick New York City, where it's so dense and so complicated and so difficult that it's a lot to tackle. So they grab all these intermediates, They grab the Austins, they grab the Kansas Cities, they grab the, whatever, Raleigh-Durhams, and just, the Goldilocks thing. Not too big, not too small.
Yeah, and the jurisdictions they go into, they obviously want them there. So there's tons of tax incentives and stuff that they'll give Google or whoever is trying to, establish something like that in the areas. So
Yeah, and
They-
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
they kind of like bid for it,
oh, you didn't know this, Taylor? So that's like a big thing.
Oh.
Like Google says, you know what, Raleigh? I'm thinking about you. How easy would it be? And they're like, oh my God, here are all the right of ways we'll give you. You can put it on any telephone pole. You can dig holes anywhere you want. You want a Google Shack? Right here. I'll build you your own Google Shack. Home Depot's like dropping sheds next to traffic lights. There's a Google Shack. Drop your fiber, big point of pop, or whatever fuck it is. Stick it right there. And then all these towns compete. And I know in Raleigh, the voters spoke about this. Like Google said, we're thinking about Raleigh. And everyone started like writing their congressman, writing their mayor, right? Like, you better not fucking lose this thing. It's your job on the line. We want to win. And then the towns they weren't looking at, like I was in Apex, which borders the towns that were going to get it. They're like, why aren't they looking at Apex? You got to do something. Do something. We want Google Fiber too. Because this area, like Research Triangle Park, I think cares about their internet connection like more than average, like a lot. And we just, like, everyone went for it. I'm searching for news and all this stuff. I was really happy when my area got selected for Google Fiber. But it kind of feels like we're not the Kansas City Google Fiber, you know, the one that actually gets it. We're more like that Austin Google Fiber, the one where we
Google
got
Fiber Lite.
Google Fiber imaginary. Like, no one has it around here. They announced it in like December of last year, so it's 6 months plus into it. 0 customers so far. They're in the design stage. And Austin feels that way too. Now I've heard they got their first customer or something, but just the same, it's not like in Kansas. It just rolls out and grows, and everyone's bragging on Reddit, like, look at the Google Fiber truck they're installing in my grass right now. But then everywhere else, it's the imaginary version. So,
how much faster is it really? Like
So there's 2 parts of that. Like, your side of the connection, it might as well be infinitely fast. It's no longer the weak link. It's a gigabit down and a gigabit up. So that number, like, instead of 9 would be 1,000. And what was your number again? Did you share your thing?
Yeah, it was 7.75 down, 12 point something up.
You have 12 up.
Mm-hmm. And then my ping is 51.
I'm calling shenanigans on your upload speed.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
It's high.
They're reversed.
Yeah.
Test it again.
You
Should have
should
shared my
download
results.
The larger number.
Yeah, you got to hit share, and then with that, you'll have a result that doesn't include your IP address and stuff, and you can give it to people. But yeah, typically your upload is slower than your download, and I'm guessing your upload is like 1. I think you got 1.2 mixed up with 12.
That's possible. Those are similar numbers. Oh, ping is better now, 39.
Ah.
Look at that. Lucking out.
Yes, you went from awful to bad.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, it's so much faster that at that point, it's like the rest of the world that slows you down. Unless you're like torrenting stuff, then it's like whatever website you're going to, whatever game you're playing. The guy on the other side is the holdup.
Should we? Oh, I guess I should ask Mike. Tell me you watch Game of Thrones.
I do.
Thank
I
God.
do. This week's episode was a good one too. The best one in a while, I think.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think it's the best one of the entire year, and I believe Woody's with me on that.
Yeah, but this has been a bad year.
I'll give you that as well. But
The
still,
whole year hasn't been bad.
I think that that this week's episode it belongs in the top tier of episodes. We finally got to see White Walkers and Dead Men and the Night's Watch and the Wildlings all duke it out at their best, or at least at the best we've seen them, like hand to hand. It was great.
Yeah.
Now, Chiz complains that there was a lot of fast cuts during that zombie invasion, but I didn't mind that because I thought that they were trying to express just how frenzied it was. There were hundreds and hundreds of those things just crawling everywhere. I loved it.
I'm reading the books, and by reading, I mean listening to the audiobooks, and I'm just ahead of the show. Dude, if what happened in the book is about to happen on the show, and I predict it will, what happened? The Jon Snow scene is boring.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was so great. When Jon Snow was having like the one-on-one sword fight with the White Walker, for a moment I thought he might die. Because it was starting to look like he was going to die. It really was. He was disarmed. He's coughing up blood. And knowing the show the way I do, I think, all right, I say there's a 50-50 chance that they just kill Jon Snow.
Yeah, they'll kill him off.
Right
Won't
fucking
even
here.
bat
Like,
an eye.
the fucking ice spear.
You think Jon Snow's safe? Nobody's safe.
He gets that look in his eyes, and the White Walker just says, "There is no hope," and just fucking leaves his body and continues on his way to kill more of the Night's Watch or something. Like, that totally could have happened.
And as a viewer, you're like, well, shit, I thought he was a big part of the show.
but no, he had a really well choreographed sword fight. I felt like they really showed off just how powerful and strong the White Walkers were. And Jon Snow had his Valyrian steel sword.
The only thing that saved him.
Yeah, totally. And
Who gave him that sword again? Where did he? Oh, he got it from the Meister or something.
He got it from the old mace, the old Lord.
That
Commander.
was Jorah's sword, if you remember all
was
the way
it?
back. Yeah, Jorah, when he was dishonored for selling those men into slavery, left the family sword behind for Lord Mormont.
Huh.
Yeah, so now Jon Snow has that sword.
It's a slutty sword.
Stops the thing, turns around, shatters the White Walker. That was great. That was really cool. And then, like, the really cool payoff scene is, like, the king of the White Walkers, I suppose, comes and, like, does some magic. And, like, at that moment, I still thought again, I was like, a wave is going to start pushing Jon Snow back to this motherfucker. And he's going to, like, rip his heart out like a Mortal Kombat annihilation. And it's going to be over. But he, like, raises his arms and resurrects, like, every single person they just killed. And basically, his army didn't lose a single person. They, in fact, like, gained every person they killed.
A lot of useful people.
Like, that's not fair at all. So,
yeah, we learned more about I've never read the books, but we learned more about the White Walkers in that one episode than, like, all of the previous seasons.
Absolutely.
I admire that book readers rarely spoil the show for everyone, so I'm going to try and join their club and not.
Real hard.
But holy fuck, what I know.
What I know. It's a very elite group of us who know this. It's not a very popular book series.
4 million other people, we have a very well kept secret.
We do! I swear we do! Like, 4 million people have not spoiled this TV series for the rest of the Harry Potter readers are not of the same class as Game of Thrones readers.
They're like 12.
Because you knew Dumbledore died or did Snape killed Dumbledore or something. Like, that book was 6 hours old and you knew Snape killed Dumbledore, right? People are driving by lines.
Read in the first 6 hours, first of all.
A real friend what?
A real fan would have had the book read in the first 6 hours. Like,
that's a tall order.
I really did like the Harry Potter books.
They're
I don't
only
know when
10,
I started
dude.
reading
How
them,
fast can they read?
What?
They're only 10 years old. How fast do you expect them to read?
I read it pretty fast. I read it in a day, I think. I think the last 3 releases, or maybe the last 2 book releases, I was into it. And I read them all and watched all the movies. I really like Harry Potter.
People were in line for the midnight release of the book, right? Waiting in line to get the book. And other people are driving by in their cars yelling, "Snape killed Dumbledore." It's like, you fuckers.
They got it like painted on the back of their car in the parking lot like they're just married. Yeah. So Harry Potter people, not as good, but
It's terrible.
I hope that the thing that I'm talking about happens in the shows this season. And it's epic.
My brother's been reading the books too. He said they're pretty different though than the way the show's done a lot of things.
They've diverged a lot in this most recent season, especially. Like, they're just completely omitting whole parts of the book that happen for the sake of time, I think. But I think we have plenty of time, considering George R.R. Martin is taking his sweet time getting those fucking books done.
Omitting is one thing, but they change the stories. Here's a thing that doesn't ruin it for anyone. Sansa going to Winterfell, that whole thing, that's not in the books. That's a pretty big divergence.
Yeah, my brother had told me about that. He said in the books, it's a totally different scenario where somebody is...
It's Sansa's friend, and they try to convince everyone...
Like impersonating her.
That it's Arya or somebody?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. She's about the same build as Arya. She looks different. And they just say, hey, this is Arya. So they marry her to Ramsay, and then he thinks he has a claim to Winterfell, but he really doesn't. And that's what happens in the books. And of course, in the shows, it's Sansa.
That whole shoehorned rape scene with Sansa and Ramsay, that didn't happen.
Dude, do you want to know what happens in the book?
Didn't need to do that.
In the book, on the wedding night, he goes there and then he complains that she's too dry, that she's not wet enough. So he has Theon perform oral sex on her to lube her up. And then he's like, all right, Theon, now you just stand over there. And then he hits it. That's how they do it in the books.
Oh, wow.
That would have been even more traumatic for Sansa if they really wanted to mess with her head.
Yeah, that would have been way worse. Because she still thought that he killed the brothers at that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
What a great story! I love this
Yeah,
fucking
right?
show.
Yeah.
And I think we're
Fun for the whole family.
one little tidbit that I picked up on, and please don't spoil it if either of you know what's coming with this. I loved when Cersei is in her black cell, and she's visited by her maester friend, and the last thing he says to her is, "The work continues."
Yeah, he's busy putting Frankenstein together or whatever.
Yeah, he's building a super mountain that rides, and at some point he's gonna come to life like some kind of a fucking golem and go to work on people. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah,
That's
she's
gonna be
definitely
real
going to
nice.
get a chance to kill that female guard or whoever.
Oh, I'm
she
looking
is.
forward to that. I really hope that she gets some revenge, but I really hate her character in general. I think this may be the end of her. I think that Loras and Marjorie might make it out of this, but I don't think the Queen is.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of
course,
there's a lot of pieces moving around. What I really want is for Bran to show up like riding like some sort of winged Pegasus with like shooting fireballs out of his like wrists and like kill Ramsay. Like is that
yeah.
too much to
So
ask?
goddamn boring.
So
I do not like Bran.
I like Bran in the books. I don't like him in the show.
Well, he's absent this season. So.
They say that. I hope it's all a misdirection. I hope, like you say, Bran shows up riding a fucking dragon, shooting like fireballs out of his hands, dragon blowing smoke and fire and stuff, and
He's
just
holding one of those little children of the forest, and it's shooting bullets. Like,
yeah,
the
two
fur out
children
it.
of the forest. Pow,
He's
pow.
shooting children.
Yeah.
Puberty's hit him even harder than last season. Shows up. I will avenge my family. Like, just like, cubey little beard.
I wonder why they excluded them from this season. It doesn't make much sense to me.
I still think
He's in
it's
the
possible
books.
That I still think it's possible that he does this thing we're talking about. But we'll see. I'm really excited. I like what's going on. I hope we get some more stuff out of Brienne. We'll see if Stannis is going to sacrifice his daughter to win this war. We'll see what Ramsay's going to do with his 20 good men as he rides to the north. We'll see if Arya's going to kill that the thin man at the docks, if she's actually going to poison that guy. And we'll see just how much longer Sansa can be boring as fuck. And the worst part of Game of Thrones, I wish. Could anyone tell me one good Sansa moment? Like, what was the good Sansa scene?
Wow, that's a great question, isn't it?
There aren't
What's
any.
Like
best scene?
Sansa kind
Not
of
a good.
Bad or uncomfortable.
like fuck. All she does is quiver and whimper, right? She's pretty, so people like her, but she's just a pretty quiver, whimpering mess of a weakling.
She was way more relevant when her and Joffrey or whatever were, doing their courting deal.
I mean, I know that, like, I don't know how pretty she is. I feel like the actress is... I know that Sansa in the stories is a very pretty girl, but I don't know that the actress is all that pretty.
I think she's pretty.
She hasn't been pretty on the show for a long time.
She's
Maybe that's it.
pre-fat. Is she pre-fat? Is that what you're saying? She doesn't have defined arms.
I don't know what's going on. I just think that my girlfriend is hotter than her.
Oh,
I
well,
don't-
yeah, but you can't use that as a benchmark. It's not fair.
Why not?
She's fucking hotter than all of Hollywood.
That seems like an exaggeration.
No.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll let her know how hot you think she is.
Don't. Yeah, she's ridiculous. She's hotter than that mannequin behind you.
I don't know.
That mannequin's
good-looking
looking
man.
pretty good.
Kyle, it's true, though.
Well, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, no, his girlfriend is stupidly hot.
Pics or it didn't happen.
I'm all sidetracked on this shit.
Exactly.
Oh,
Thanks, Mike.
But he's all thinking about my girlfriend. Now.
no, I forget. Oh,
I'm excited
Sansa.
about Tyrion getting together.
With the Khaleesi?
Tyrion getting together with Daenerys. That's going to be a fun combo. I like how he's not putting up with her like, I'm a princess now, and because I've been a good leader for 7 months, that like I know shit. Like he's just kind of like, yeah, well, kind of fucking sucks, but you don't know what you're doing, and I'm useful. And she's got to kind of tell him like, I'm not going to kill you. I realize you're valuable. I liked that scene where they were drinking wine together.
I try to put the book and the show together, and that part of it is still messing me up. I want to say, like, I'm almost done the 5th book, and I don't think Tyrion's got there yet. Like it's messing with my head.
I think they did expedite that quite a bit to make it happen.
Like in the book, I feel like he's still traveling to her, and I only have like 11 hours left.
Well, good. I'm glad they sped that along then, because otherwise that would take...
Yeah, they spend way too much time traveling in the book. Way too much. I remember we used to argue about this way back in like book 2 or something. Like, yeah, he's climbing the mountain. Well, that'll be like 6 hours of listening. You know?
Now, I disagree with you there. Now, what I mean, in the show, I want them to get to places quickly because I want like relevant things to happen. Like sometimes, at this point, my thirst for character development out of Tyrion has just about run its course. I know everything there is to know about him inside and out. Now he does things, and I want him to do more things and develop his character less at this point in the show.
Tyrion's wit and clever shit is like going over the top for me.
That's his superpower. Just believe it.
Like the knife is 1 second from being split, and he manages to tell him that no, you need a whole dwarf body to sell my dwarf cock or something like that. And you're just like, dude, like he's saved himself in the nick of time. A half a dozen times already, and I'm done with it. I would just like it if one of these times they shock us. They slice his throat and he's fucked.
I think it could happen any moment with the show. I really believe
not
that.
Tyrion.
Maybe. Why not? Why not? Just because he's popular on TV, you think that has anything to do with what this guy's written in the books already? Like, I don't think it does.
What's written in the books already has very little to do with what happens on TV.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll divert that much. Like if Tyrion dies in the books, he has to die in the show.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I think it's time to talk about Squarespace.
Oh, tell me more about Squarespace.
Well, it depends what you need. It depends what you need done. I mean, but whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or you're just expressing yourself online, there's no better place to go than Squarespace.com. Everything is very easy to use. The sites look professionally designed regardless of your skill level. There's no coding or anything like that required. Everything's very intuitive. They have easy-to-use tools. They have state-of-the-art technology powering your site to ensure security and stability. Plans start at $8 a month, and you get a free domain name for a year if you, free domain name if you sign up for a year. So you can start your free trial today. There's no credit card required. It's squarespace.com. /PKA, that's the offer code you want to use.
So if I wanted to start a cult, right, and get people to accept my revenge-based vegetarianism and perhaps milk-gargling women, would that be a good place to put my site?
Absolutely.
It's the only place to put your site, Woody.
If you wanted to make... I feel like you're copying them, though. I think you should just sell titty milk, and I think it would be easy to get started. If you want to sell hallucinogenic titty milk, and that's your website, then, I mean, I feel like you could go down to the shelter and find, like, some crack mothers. Get them on board. They're totally going to be up for a milking. It's probably not the first time they've been
You'd call it LS double Ds.
There you go.
Yes. Somebody man. Oh, is that domain taken?
LS
I'm sure it is. Yeah, that
hilarious.
I don't even know if you could make it hallucinogenic, but there would have to be a lot of red tape if you're trying to sell bottled tit milk. And who knows about the actual volume quantity you can get out of a given
Who regulates
person.
titty milk around here? That's what I want to know. like the titty, there's some guy in a back room just like
sipping it. Ooh, a lot of garlic in this diet. Yeah.
Have you seen Mad Max yet?
LS double D and LS double D's is both free. Not LSDD. That's too short. That would be too awesome. But LS, if you spell the word double D, it's free. It's
Someone
there.
get on it. I want a percentage. Royalties. Or just free sample.
I want to be part of the milking process. That's all.
I don't know if you would. Once you were there.
Right?
Maybe I'll be part of recruitment.
It looked like one of those PETA videos where the crack whores can't even turn around inside their stall. They're just like...
Give them the cattle prod. More!
Yeah, the hay's not been changed for 4 weeks.
Not that hay. Oh, you do have that barn behind your house.
Well, you're not giving them fresh hay? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's inhumane, Kyle.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to have a person doing it anyway. You'd want high-tech machines to ensure cleanliness. You're not going to pull an F-150 into front of a Home Depot and grab a bunch of, people to come milk these women. You need sterility. It needs to be clean.
Sterility. I suppose so. would you? I wonder if you could use like the at-home breast pumps, or if you need to get something much more industrial.
Like the cow ones, right? What if you just put the at-home breast pump fittings?
And when you attach it, it's like.
Yes. And when you milk a booby, do you milk both at a time? I have in my head.
Absolutely.
We do at our company. Double production.
No half-titting it around here.
Mike, do you know this for a fact? I feel like the breast pump machines do one boob at a time. Do they double up on it?
There are some double up ones. Yes, totally.
Yeah, there have to be. The only time I don't really see it ever. Do you ever see it in public? Like just out and about?
I have, but I just kind of look away and keep moving because I don't want to be the weird pervert watching the lady pump her titty.
Yeah, I think I've only seen it a couple times, but it's usually one at a time.
I want to say it's usually one at a time, although a quick Google search tells me that there definitely are some double ups. Like this unit right here.
Oh, yeah.
They double milk.
Yeah, there's some double...
Put the women back in their pens. They have not met the daily quota.
The Titan vacuum from Brown.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, is this like a... I searched on breast pump, and one of these images is a guy designing like a newlywed mom utility belt.
Oh, that's weak. I was hoping it was going to be something pornographic. I was like, yeah, lay it out there. What's he doing?
Yeah. So that's a thing. So anyway, squarespace.com. Check them out. Start your new company or blog. Nothing better.
So have we talked about our Boston trip on this show? I know we spoke about it a bit on PKN.
No.
But only the Patreons, the most wonderful people in the world, get to see that. So
handsome, sexy, and rich people.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
PKN. What is PKN?
We do a midweek show that's an hour long. That's sort of a catch-up show, and it's only available with video to our patrons who are part of it. Patreon is this thing where they subscribe for a service and they get benefits depending on how much they pledge.
Sweet.
It stands for Painkiller Nearly. It's like a midweek show. It's only an hour, and Kyle and I, chat and talk. I tell a bad joke every show that I remember.
That is the highlight of each show.
That enough is going to get my subscription.
That's my favorite part.
Some of them.
We try to do I know I've done a few ridiculous things on there. I got the potato gun. And,
it debuted on there. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with some more gadgets and stuff to show off. And then I know that Woody's Lab videos are starting pretty soon. So
oh my God, the Woody's Lab stuff.
I'm sure there'll be some Woody's Lab stuff on PKN. Yeah.
How involved are you guys still in YouTube? Like I said, I've been out of the thing for a while. Do you guys still post videos and stuff? And yeah,
I do not.
I probably average 7 or 8 videos a month. So there'll be 4 PKAs and then other stuff. Usually vlogs lately, but potentially anything.
That's way down from. You used to do 3 videos a day or something crazy.
3 a day would be a lot, although it happened. I used to do 2 a day though.
2 a day, yeah.
Yeah, 2 a day was my thing. I did 2 videos every day, and then it went to 1 a day, and then I started my Minecraft server, and that got a lot of my attention. And that coupled, go on.
I was just gonna say, I remember your whole rationale when you went from 1 a day to 2 a days, because the extra video was making up for Cisco.
Yeah,
and I loved how beautiful that was. You were like, I could just, you did the math. This is what I make with 1 video a day, and this is what I make at Cisco. If I made 2 videos a day, I could just get rid of that Cisco shit. And with the time I'm spending at work at Cisco, I could totally make a second video, right? And it worked, and the math was right.
It was, yeah. And the beautiful part was towards the end, I didn't need Cisco anymore. I felt like my other job could sustain me. And Cisco was doing layoffs and everything. And everyone's scared walking the hallways. There's this whole culture of being timid and nervous and super politically correct and concerned, except me. I'm like, bring it, bitches. You got layoffs? I'll send that severance money my way. I dare you.
You should have tried to get fired. That would have been fun.
I mean, I talked to my manager about it. Not like tried to get fired type thing, because fire doesn't come with a severance package. But I was like,
Yeah,
maybe I'd be on the chopping block, you think? And he's like, you? Nah, you'd be like the last one. And there was this thing. Oh, it was your tenure plus your age had to add up to something, but you had to be like this old. And I was like right there. Like you had to be 50. I was a long way. I was like 10 years off that, or maybe more. But my tenure was like 13 years, and it added up to enough. I'm like, well, maybe if you're looking for volunteers, and they're like, nope, not you. And they were just not going to pay me to leave. So it didn't go down that way. But yeah, and it was really neat. Like it wasn't that I worked less. Right? Like what's the old line about an entrepreneur? Right? An entrepreneur is someone willing to work 80 hours so they don't have to work 40. But it was that I got to work on whatever I wanted. And that was the cool part. So, yeah, I'm still happy with that decision.
No more Mail Mondays now, though. Which people are, I'm sure you still get messages about that.
People send me messages on Reddit all the time. That's their new way to reach me now. They send me Reddit personal messages, and some of them are crazy. Would you like to hear one?
I remember working with you on designing the thumbnail for those videos.
Yeah, you made the thumbnail on that. That thumbnail is better than most people know. Like, there's little details in there. Like, the price of the postage stamp might have been my age or something.
No, it's like 1337 or
That's
something.
what it is, stupid. Right? Yeah. And, like, dude, there was that thing is actually pretty cool. But let me see if I can find, like, a cool... Here's an 18-year-old high schooler, but I'm looking for one in particular. An aspiring author. Here. Are you ready for this? Let me read you the kind of messages. This is a better than average one, but this is a Reddit message. I'm just scanning it for... All right, skip his name. I want to keep him anonymous. That's always been important. I'd like to start out by saying that I've been a fan of yours for years, and you're one of my few idols. That being said, I'm seeking a bit of advice. When I was 17 years old, I was involved in an altercation that resulted in 2 men losing their lives and me in handcuffs. The altercation was ruled self-defense, but I was charged with the unregistered firearm that was used in a Class D felony in my place of residence, and I was given the maximum sentence, 5 years incarceration in a state penitentiary. But I was paroled after serving a little more than half my sentence, 3 years. So I lived with my sister for a few years, and I tried to get my life together before I was arrested again. I threatened a man with a firearm, and after he assaulted my sister, and I was charged with the criminal use of a firearm, felon in possession of a firearm. I was facing 12 years for both, but pled to a lesser charge and got away with serving 5 without the possibility of parole. I decided to change my life around while I was incarcerated. I got my GED and then my master's in psychology, hoping that it would lead to a better future. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I was released in my late 20s, and I don't have a job. I'm heavily tattooed, and he shows he's, I don't want to show his picture, but he has like a few facial tattoos, like teardrops and stuff, and his neck is heavily tattooed, but you can like see it.
2 key areas. HR loves that at most companies.
It's part of the reason... I'm aware, but I just want to get out of the lifestyle I lived. If I continue on the route I'm on, I'll die in prison or be killed. I want to be something more than a DOC number. I imagine Department of Corrections. And I just don't know how to be more than DOC number. Where I come from, you solve problems with violence and violence with more violence. It's taken me years, but I've successfully changed that thought process. The obstacle now is finding a job so I don't have to resort to illegal activities or pay the bills. Any advice on how I can become a contributing member of society again? And any response would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance. I wish you and your family's best. And then he signs it with his name. Whoa.
Yeah,
that's a really cool story.
That's a lot to take in.
But I haven't replied to him yet, and I'm like, it's hard to because it's not an easy one to fix, right? So many of these were simple. Like, Woody, I'm stuck in the friend zone. I don't know what I should do. Ask and then move, right? Like, they make a move, and then regardless, you'll be in a better situation where you are than you are now, which is like this limbo nothing. I have surgery. I'm scared. Don't worry about it. They put you to sleep. You wake up. It's not even your job. Someone else will take care of it. You're good. A lot of these questions I find easy to answer, but this gentleman has tattoos, and good, I'm not sharing anything. He has tattoos that make him that would give a lot of people pause about hiring. And he has a couple of felonies. I don't know how many felonies he has in total, but at least 3. And go ahead. So Merca,
too many to have.
solve it.
Yeah, Jesus. It's like, I don't even know. Well, first of all, save up, get some shit tier. Do like, what can you do as a felon? I don't even know. Like landscaping or something. Do something and save up to get those tattoos removed, because that is going to be a complete stopper. Anywhere
Like
you want to
that.
go higher up than that, get those tattoos removed first and foremost. You can't go around life with facial tattoos and expect to be treated as a functional member of society. I'm sorry, that's not fair, but you just can't. So get that removed first and foremost, and then take it from there. But first, just get like a simple job that they'll trust you with. Landscaping. I don't know why that comes to mind, but I'm sure that those kind of places don't care too much. Hey, are you a hard worker and you're willing to, put in your hours and do this, back-breaking labor? Perfect. I don't really care that you have a teardrop. Just promise not to shovel anyone to death when they get the mulch type wrong or whatever the fuck. But that would be my initial advice.
Yeah,
Anybody have anything to add?
I had the same thing in my head, right? It's a 2-part plan, right? One, get a job as like an auto mechanic or something. Hopefully where you can get hired and earn enough money to get ahead enough to fix the facial tattoos. Because like you said, it's going to be a showstopper in a lot of areas. The other side of it is his story and his experience is immensely valuable for helping other people not do that, right?
That's the route I'm thinking.
Yeah, there's going to be some job for like a community basketball organizer. There's going to be some job for like someone that talks to youth, right? In community, that's the thing that they do, right? Like they keep people
Like
off
a
the streets.
social worker, if they would
Or
let you.
like
Exactly.
Or like become
He
a
has
part
a-
of a boys club, girls club, or something where he can speak to troubled youth. But the issue with that is I think that doesn't affect like near term. Like he can't just jump right into that. He has to do something that qualifies that he's kind of turned his life around for the next 5 years.
So that's true. He does have to prove himself to get into that role. Having said that, he might be able to volunteer in that role before he get the internship for that right now, even with the tattoos, right? The tattoos might be credibility. Don't forget, master's degree in psychology, right? He's not your everyday cleaned himself up hoodlum. He is your super cleaned himself up hoodlum. And that master's degree in psychology might help him relate to the people even as much as his experience has. This guy could be an amazing person for Earth to have. He could do a lot more good than he ever did bad. But
we'll see him on a TED Talk in 5 years.
that would be the ideal, right? Yeah, that's the 5 years is the expedited plan. But yeah, that's where we want to get him to go, right? And I think some sort of I've got community organizer stuck in my head, but right, like talking to boys, talking to people who are on the wrong path, the scared straight thing. They had those people come to my high school. And, guy would do the trick where he'd put the thing up one nostril and the other. I was a cokehead. See how my nostrils connect now. You've never seen that? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I've never seen that. Like,
Yeah, the guy took something that I'll describe as like a long gummy worm, and he's like,
what the fuck?
and then he's like, see, it connects. I burnt out my nostrils with cocaine.
I turned my life around.
Now you do this neat trick.
And show it to all you children.
The big thing there, and I don't know if it's true, but what they told us, like the one thing that burned into my memory, even thousands of years later, is that they're like the pull of drugs still exists every day. They're like, even right now, I feel like, you know what? I'd like heroin. That'd be good, right? Yeah, that would make my night awesome. He's like, I just have to remind myself that it would make my life awful, even though it'd be a hell of a night. And he's like, that pull of, he said cocaine, although I feel like in the last 5 years, people have been describing cocaine as something light and casual. Cocaine, when I was a kid, was like the, oh my God, boogeyman drug. It was like, just don't touch that. And it seems like a lot of people now are like, cocaine? I mean, Adderall's worse. I don't know enough. But
Yeah,
like
I don't know
X-Charles
either.
said that. X-Charles was on this show saying, yeah, I tried coke and Adderall was a way bigger deal. I couldn't even say. I wonder about the dosages and if he's, doing apples to apples or like which one has bigger addictive properties over the long term. I don't think he has. I think he did enough coke to really measure that. But something. We had Aria Aspen on, and her boyfriend, I think his name was Forrest. Like he had a couple cocaine stories on the show, and everyone was just kind of like, yeah, if you keep it casual, you're cool. I was like, to me, like I was raised in an area where cocaine was like the devil. It was
opposite of casual.
Because right now, people think of crack and I guess heroin and meth. I don't know my drugs that well. As the
nailed it.
Yeah, as the like don't come back from drugs, right? If you do these things, you probably won't turn your life around. Your teeth will just rot out and you'll die in an alley somewhere, right?
I told you that time that I was in that group and meth came up and I was like, oh, Jesus, meth. Not even once, am I right, guys? And the one guy was like, I tried it a couple times, you know? And the other guy was like, yeah, man, I tried it before, too. And I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And look at my social network.
One of the guys doing...
I'm gonna leave now.
One of the guys doing renovations on my house was talking about, I think it was heroin, actually. And they're like, yeah, heroin, you know, like, it happens. You know, like, first you take your Oxycontin, and that just goes and goes and goes until your Oxy habit's really expensive. And then you get heroin because it's way cheaper than Oxycontin. I'm like,
smart, financially, you know, fiscally.
He's fiscally responsible.
You know.
But he acted like it was so sort of like you know, there aren't really any other choices. You can't afford Oxycontin, am I right? And it's like, and his dad was right there, and I'm looking at him like, your kid knows a lot about this process. But
I think meth and heroin are the two that come to mind as like the most hardcore no.
Maybe crack.
Do not pass go. Yeah, crack. I think meth is just same thing as crack, it's just more powerful.
Nope.
Right?
No. Crack is you take cocaine.
As far as the effects.
No.
They're both amphetamines.
No. So
No.
crack, you mix cocaine and baking soda and water, and you make little crack rocks out of it, dry them out, and smoke them. And that's a very different high than methamphetamines, which is what you're getting from crystal meth. You know, where you might be up for days at a time, like tinkering with fucking watches and TV sets and shit.
Which one's your favorite, Mike?
Yeah, Mike, what do you like better, crack or meth?
Kind of on that LS double D trip.
Yeah, Kyle, did you have any advice for that guy? Anything you thought of that jumps out?
You guys nailed it. You know, I mean, you're gonna have to start at ground level, which you're not gonna like. So it's probably gonna be recidivism. So good luck with that.
Oh, I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that this guy can be in a TED Talk.
Wear a mask because those tattoos are very distinctive. Think about it.
Well, hopefully he won't need to wear a mask because he won't be committing more crimes. Or I want more details on what happened in these initial crimes that he got arrested for. We said there's an altercation where 2 people ended up dead, and then the next one was an altercation because
he was pretty vague about that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I want to know the story behind the teardrops, Woody.
Would you like to hear?
We had a little bit of a snafu, and a couple people ended up
homies, you know?
Yeah.
He has 2 teardrops. Is that a...
It's a sign for killing somebody, right?
I thought it was if you'd lost a friend.
Movies have told me. No, I thought teardrop, I thought that meant you killed someone. But if you're a murderer, those add up quick. You gotta have like rows. What do you end up doing? You gotta move into some other body part, but then they see the tears and it's like, I know there's 3 here, but you ought to see my left ass cheek. I'm a lot more hardcore than you know. Like, what else?
Poor guy. What I'm getting
I have an answer
it's
for
gonna
you.
Be hard for him to find a job with those tattoos. It really is.
The teardrop tattoos in prison can have several meanings. One is the number of years spent in prison. The other is loss of a loved one and or fellow gang member, or the fact that the wearer has killed someone. And the fact that he has 2 teardrop tattoos and killed 2 people, I think might be more than a coincidence.
Yeah.
Context clues. Yeah, you got to get those if you're listening to this. Save up as best you can. Try and get those removed because it'll be much easier to get your life back on track once those aren't there.
Yeah,
as soon as you're not keeping score on your face anymore, you'll be a much better employee.
Yeah, look at Kyle's face.
and on another note, I say this as an old dad. Wear your hat straight, baby. Right? That crooked hat thing? Come on. Look at Mike. This is how a gentleman wears a hat.
Yeah. Mike's
real
wearing
hats
his
have
hat like a
curtains.
dad.
I am. I have the father hat on for sure.
I like it. The curved bill. Look straight in. I even think
there you go,
it's even centered in the
Looks
curve.
good.
Yeah, it's all
No
right.
big golden sticker under the top, making you look like an asshole.
How do we know if it's
it
legit or
peeled
not?
away. It faded.
Have you seen the Key and Peele sketch where they keep one-upping
Yes.
each other with the newness of their hats? Till at the end, he's got a big clear plexiglass display cube on his head with like stickers hanging off of it and price tags everywhere, and he's got a chin strap to keep it all on.
It's
I'll have
fantastic.
to watch that. That's why.
Yeah. And isn't the other guy still in construction of something even larger?
Oh, when he shows up with that, and the other guy has already one-upped him. I don't remember what it is, but I don't remember.
Yeah, but he's got like a circular stall and it's still happening. And did he have a hat maker on his head? Is that what it was?
No, that's what he did. So the guy shows up with the plexiglass display cube with all the shit hanging off of it, the chin strap, and he looks. The other guy has a platform on his head with a little Korean woman making hats on his head.
Yeah, it's even newer than the plexiglass. He's making it on.
For real. Next guy's gonna be like farming cotton on his head with a cotton hat.
Oh, you had to make it racist.
That's a good show.
I'm just teasing. It's
and
not
all
racist.
a lot of their stuff's on YouTube, so you can watch clip after clip.
Oh, is that on
They have a
TV
show,
too? I
right?
thought they were YouTubers.
It's from their Comedy Central show.
Oh yeah, I'm so out of it. My favorite is how out of it Colin is. Like we still don't have television. We just have Netflix. So Colin gets into stuff like years late. And like the toys won't even be available for it anymore. Like
You have vintage toys. To
yeah,
make up
we're
for
like
it.
going to eBay and buying used SpongeBob SquarePants shit because it's like not in stores
What's the
anymore.
oldest thing that he's getting into right now?
Right. So right now he's into Lego mini figurines. It's kind of like he just got some yesterday, and that's his passion. But he plays with a bunch of old school play school stuff. No, right now he's not doing anything really old, as I say it. You know what he's into? Guinness Book of World Records. Always Guinness Book of World Records. He's like, he wants to measure how wide my tongue is and how long it is just to see if maybe like there's a world record breaker in the house. He's like,
He's just trying his
he'll
best.
be like,
God damn it, Dad! Fail me again.
dude, I constantly disappoint him. He's like, how many one-finger push-ups can you do? I'm like, I don't even know. Not
Is he
many.
giving-
None.
Is he giving like backhanded compliments or insults about it? Where he's like, well, your nose looked mammoth.
He measures me all the time, you know, like especially in my gape. Like I guess that's how open you can make your mouth.
One word.
Yeah, that's his other gapes, I suppose. And like, what else is he into? There's some long jump. So we do we've been hanging our clothes in the backyard. We got my wife a clothesline. She's so excited about it. And she's like hanging socks and sheets and whatever. And Colin's there like clip. Just putting like clothespins all over his eyes.
There's a record for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is. And he watches it on it's all over YouTube. Guinness Book of World Record has like a big YouTube presence. And Colin just watching and he starts like clipping himself all over, seeing how many clothespins he and Jackie hates it. You know?
I got one of those books, and it's funny to see like on one page someone who does something horrific or really difficult just to get in the book, where it's like longest time suspended by
Meat hooks
your
in your
asshole
back.
hairs in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
air, and it's like 9 hours, and the guy's like, "Oh Jesus!" And then across from it is like, "I put on 90 shirts one day." And that's it. Like same presents, same book. One guy did it smarter.
So what happens is like Colin gets in trouble now. He's not allowed to wear clothespins on his face, but it fucking is hilarious. He'll show up. He's got red marks like all over his forehead, like a row of things. Like you're like, and Jackie's on it. She's like, "Look at your son. Look what he just did." And I'm like, "I don't get it." She's like, "Clothespins," and she just like, "Oh, it's hilarious." So Colin, yeah, he's clothespin facing all the time now. That's his latest.
Try and break the record like that when you were little, just to see if you could.
I mean, I was really captivated by the book, just like Colin is, but I never thought that I had any shot of breaking those records. They were all ridiculous.
Yeah. I had the book growing up, like maybe 1999. I had the book, I remember, and there was nothing in there that I was going to be able to beat. Not even close. Like it's fun to read, but You're not going to break any of those.
Yeah.
Some of them are just outrageous. The group ones you can. Like, if you want to organize, like, the world's biggest tea party, you might be able to do that, for example. But, like, it's, long
was
jump
saying
or
the same
something,
thing.
like, just give up.
I used to think the same. Like as a kid, I was like, well, there's no way I can be the fastest runner on the earth, and there's no way I can fit that many clothespins on my face. But if my whole town got together and made a pizza like this, then that we could do.
There was just something in the news. I heard the most people getting together to make ice cream or something insane all at the same time.
That's a good one.
I don't know
Yeah.
if they did it or not. It was in the news recently, I think.
We should arrange a PKA Guinness World Record. That's what we should do. We should make the world's largest burrito or something retarded like that.
No, there's a picture of the largest burrito online, I think, and
All
it
right,
is
well-
insurmountable, I think.
The world's largest banana split. Like,
It's the size of a school bus.
Yeah, just find some obscure food that nobody cares enough about to make really big.
Biggest bowl of guacamole.
I had the same thing in my head. I had the exact same dish.
guacamole it is.
Sounds like a
Something
plan.
that-
That's fate.
Yeah, that nobody wants to eat. Most good and plenty's eaten in a minute. Like,
Holds that record.
I don't know, someone from 1919 probably, that shitty candy.
I don't think I've ever had a good and plenty.
They're
it's lots of
disgusting.
peanut- It's lots of peanuts, right?
No, it's licorice flavored. It looks like a Mike and Ike, but it's like licorice.
Oh yeah, Kitty
Yeah.
eats those fucking things. Yeah, yeah,
Ow!
yeah. She likes.
That is
them.
a British thing to eat.
Yeah, she likes to eat those candies. All of her candy
Very
is
British.
like marshmallows and gummies, and they're
Oh,
weird. And she's got some like gummy worms that are pretty good, but everything else, that British candy's terrible. I don't like it.
I have a new topic.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we don't have a pool yet. If you could click on that link, and then I can't direct link it apparently, but if you open the Buffalo Road Aquatic Center, that is our local pool. Let me share it with everybody. This is like there's a community pool or something, and Jackie's like, hey, maybe we would like this.
oh, that's sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
isn't
a
it?
lazy river?
It has a lazy river. It
Water
has
slide?
a water slide. It has
There's no
some,
broken glass in that pool.
There's
No,
that. You
lot of
see
kid
that
pee.
that like green thing that like you go under it and it sprays water on you with
There's
the
like
flower.
a legitimate beach lifeguard chair sitting on the concrete beside the edge of the pool.
So
Yeah.
I was like, hey, this sounds great. How much does it cost? And you know what the problem is with this place?
It's free.
It's free.
Oh, no.
Right? and I'm trying to talk to Jackie, and the greatest thing with Jackie, like
Jackie's an elitist.
she'll participate in my elitism. Like we're on the same wavelength. I'm like, oh, it's free. I was kind of hoping it would cost something, and she's like, "Are you worried there'll be poor people there?"
That's terrible.
It's
Here's
not
the
even-
answer, though, Woody. Look at this birthday party booking. So you go in a day a week and you book a party and buy the pool.
Ah, I like this.
There you go.
And it's
Look
just
at
you
that.
and your family.
That's it.
And the poor
Four
kids
people.
show up. The poor kids show up, and they're like peering through the glass, like,
There you go. Colin has a
and
birthday
just,
every
just
week.
you and your family splashing, and like, yeah, you poor cocksuckers, fuck you. Like you're standing in that lifeguard chair, just pissing right into the water. It's like shit. You're just like, fuck it. That'd be-
Oh my god!
That's actually a really good solution, Mike. We were all just going to probably joke around about it. You came up with a real solution.
There's an
That's what I do.
Have you seen the episode of It's Always Sunny when it's like a heat wave and they want to go to the pool, but there's a public pool with literally has shards of glass in it. You have to wear sneakers when when the kids are throwing rocks. And then there's like the country club pool that none of them have enough class to be let into. And that's the whole episode. They're all trying to sneak into the good pool and trying to pretend like they have enough class to be in there.
That was actually the first one I ever saw.
That's one of my favorites. I've seen them all like three or four times now. I really like that show.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got your pool problem solved now. You just rent that motherfucker out. I bet it costs less than $200, and I would pay two. When I tell people all the time, my girlfriend said she wanted to go to Six Flags, and she was like, "Look, it's only like $120," and I was like, "No." If I was going to go to Six Flags with a regular admission ticket, I wouldn't go for free to like sit through that experience. That's such bullshit. You go to Six Flags with a regular ticket, you're going to stand in line for 3.5, 4 hours of that day, and you're going to ride 9 rides. You go in there and you drop $300, however, then you and your little group never waits in a fucking line once.
But everyone drops $300, or it's $300 for your group?
Just me and her. That'll get us in there. I think it's like $300. You get like the speed pass. You get the VIP bracelet. So this is how it works. Any ride. I got a little like old school PDA type thing. I scroll through it, find the ride I want to ride. I'll pick the most popular ride in the park, Goliath or the Georgia Scorcher or Batman, whatever. And it'll my wait time is it's either 5% or 10% of what the actual wait time is. So usually that means 0 wait time. So you go through your own special gate, and there's a line of people who have these things, and there's a limited number of them. So worst case scenario, you might wait 5 minutes to get on a ride that has a 3.5 hour wait line on it. And here's the best part. You cut right in front of a regular admission customer to get into the... And this is a guy who's been waiting for 3.5 hours in the sun. He's already sunburned. It was that moment, and I just scooted right on in there. Ka-chunk. I'm on the Batman now, asshole. And and oftentimes there'll be a little confusion in their face, and I try not to make eye contact because it's not a conflict between he and I. It should be a conflict between him and the park. So
you don't want to talk to people.
But I want to know what's going on too, because I like the set. And so he'll be like, hey, what's going on? And they go, well, sir, that customer, he did this, and that. And I was like, how much is that? And they tell him or whatever, and he's like, well, shit. So like, I ride the ride, it comes back into the station, and this guy's like, finally, I get to fucking sit down. All the things go up, and I go, VIP.
You really get to ride it twice?
Twice. You go back to back if you've got the full thing. So
really,
that's how you do it.
The Six Flags St. Louis is you'd have to get out, they could get on, but then you just take the free, you traipse through the line one more time and there's nobody waiting again. You're like, oh, well, look at that. One person to move forward, I jump in again, and then basically you halved their line speed with your own speed pass is how it works there. But it's so great.
Six Flags Over Georgia, it really does feel like cheating. It is more expensive, I think it's like $150 a person, but I think once it's cheaper the more people are in the group, if that makes sense. Because like one part of it in particular is like $100 or $120 or something. But anyway, that's the only way to go. Like you couldn't pay me to go and wait in those fucking lines. But I would happily pay the $300 to go to the front of every fucking line, ride the ride twice. When I go to Six Flags, I ride every single roller coaster twice, and I ride the ones I like the most 4 times.
And if you divide each ride by how much you paid, you probably are still getting to ride it like 3 times as much as someone who just bought the regular pass, even though they paid half as much.
At least, it's so much better experience. So, if anybody has if you have the means, I highly recommend it.
Ferris Bueller. Mike, are you still playing basketball?
I am not. Unfortunately.
One of the
play in the mornings. Jack's schedule's all over the place. We have babysitters and family that watches him. It changes all week. So we're still not to the point where there's any consistency in it. So I wish I was. Would love to be.
Are you too busy with the kid, or have you taken up any other hobbies like shooting or woodworking or
nothing?
Weaving.
Like I said, yard work is about it. No other hobbies.
I have a video. I don't know if we need to watch the whole thing, but let's look at it together.
I am paused at 0.
All right, are you ready?
Oh, I remember this.
I haven't pre-screened it, but I hope this is the right one.
How did you find this?
That's what I do on the show. Ready, set, play.
This is so old.
Yeah, look at that.
2011.
Totally different Mike. He's just a kid.
I was a kid. Look at that.
How old are you now?
31.
What is he doing with this shirt?
Look. Oh, please let this be it.
That's like a good shirt, though.
All shirts are loose on him. Dude, this sket's good. I promise there's a payoff. Slow mo. Please, Dia.
Oh, what are these guys doing these days?
I don't want those big ass.
Bash, same thing. Oh, he works at Twitch.
Oh, sweet.
Can't do shit. Oh! He's gonna hit him something nuts. Watch this. I'm getting it 2 times in a row.
Please,
Man,
please.
look how young Trevor looks sitting on the bed.
It's that big booty. It's that big
So we
booty.
just picked him up from school.
It's that big ghetto.
Here comes. They're gonna D up.
It's that big ghetto biceps, son. See.
Big ghetto
Turn
biceps.
that light on. Turn that light
Ash
on.
is so little.
Turn that light on.
He's a little kid.
Alright, there we go.
Where is it coming?
Dude,
Oh.
Oh.
All right, everyone go to 218 and tell me when you're there.
Oh, the magic cards that I got everybody start playing.
Oh my God.
218. Tell me when you're. Mike Taylor, 218.
Yeah, I'm
All
at
right,
218.
I'm there.
Ready, set, play.
I'm playing these, son.
This is the
How
best.
are you playing these? Look at that. It's not defense. If you can't get it, don't get mad about it. Oh, rap! Oh, no.
He just raped him.
That's the same type. He plays ball the same way he plays games. He does. Bitches. Look at him.
Even the little tap. The tap was great.
That's all I okay, man. How we play, right?
Oh, those were the days.
All right, pause.
Those were the days.
Yeah, yeah. That was. I
Make you want to get back in ball and shape?
That does.
So what do you think growing up? Here, I'll kick it off. When I had a 2-year-old, the thing that I missed the most was going to movies. Like that was kind of like taken from me, and I really enjoy going to the movies. It's a big
You
deal
know
for me.
how bad I miss going to the movies? I went and saw Aloha this last weekend with Emily because it's like some chick flick movie. But instead of no Age of Ultron, no Mad Max, I was like, look, I'll go see any movie you want if we can just get somebody to watch the kid and we can go to the movies. So, yeah, I missed that for sure.
What else?
Well, how was the movie?
It was good. It was great. Popcorn, drink, everything. Yeah. It was good.
What
Movie
else
was
you
okay.
missing? The lifestyle change of going into family and adulthood and such.
It's just, I mean, it's like he's the center of everything. So, I mean, your focus is totally devoted to him. At least mine is all the time. So everything I do is thinking about him. And, I mean, that's why I was late to the podcast thing or late starting was because his bedtime and all that stuff. So, I mean, that's just, and it's just natural, I think. I mean, you just change and your focus changes. And that's the biggest reason the whole YouTube stuff, I think, kind of stopped was just so it wasn't, not a distraction, but just so my focus was, we're on him, I guess.
You don't miss the YouTube money?
Yeah, I miss it, but like I said, for me, it wasn't enough to. I mean, it was nice, but it wasn't enough to be like, hey, let me think about, putting more effort into this and making this a full-time gig.
Yeah, it's not just the video making, as I think about it. Like, there's the game playing. Like, you need to play enough to be at a level where people want to watch you play, and that takes time.
Yeah, and I mean, there's keeping up with all the social media stuff and keeping a dialogue with, the people that watch your videos. You can't just put up a video and let it go and be done with it. You got to manage all that. So, to be successful. But
So be honest, is it better than being single? Like, tell the truth. Do you
what
like?
do you mean?
I mean, is hypothetical single Mike happier? Is hypothetical dual income no kids Mike happier? Or is this the best mic we can get? Or like, where are we on this spectrum?
No, this is it. This is good mic here. As Jack gets more independent, though, I think it'll be easier and nicer. But like I said, right now, all our attention pretty much is focused on him. So, but
Any
as he gets
plans
a little
for a
more
second?
independent and stuff, do what, Taylor?
Any plans for a second kid yet, or?
Ooh, we started the discussions.
Oh,
That's not how you do it.
Yeah,
That doesn't lead to babies.
we're thinking about it. No, we're completely happy with him right now. So
But you don't have another kid because the first one's inadequate.
Yeah. This kid sucks. Round 2.
Maybe this time we'll get it right.
Kyle, any thoughts on the first?
The first what?
Child,
First
yeah.
kid.
What, on his first kid or my first kid?
If on your first kid.
I'm not gonna have a first kid.
Can you guys read the quote that is my Skype status? Can you guys see it all? I don't know.
I don't think I can because we're like
No, I
in a
can't.
video.
You can't go to it. Okay, yeah. It is Kyle from this show. One of my favorite qualities in a woman is that she be pro-choice.
That is a very, very good quality.
Yeah. So no children on their way, I'd say.
I have a video here if you would like to see it. I previewed it. Things get going like after about 30 seconds, but maybe we should watch the lead up. It's a police shooting, and it's from the point of view of his body cam.
Is it sort of scroll down to get to the video?
Yes.
All right,
Quite-
I'm gonna
quite
go
a good bit.
to the YouTube page. It's
So
almost
do we
8
wanna watch
minutes
the whole
long.
lead up, or
Yeah,
move
but
to a certain point?
things get kicked off very quickly.
Okay, I'm queued up at 0.
I'm
Okay,
ready as
me
well.
too.
I'll call it 3, 2, 1, play. All right, so there's a cop, and I guess we're seeing like a GoPro on his chest.
It's
Yeah.
his body cam. I doubt it's a GoPro, but it's something.
Okay, he's driving, and he sees
He's pulling up to a group of
a group of kids in
maybe?
front of a Quickie Mart of some sort.
You guys having fun?
Walking
Yeah.
up to him. Looks like they're just standing next to a red truck, not doing too much.
Oh, he's
Kinda
holding a
like
gun at
walking
somebody.
away. He has headphones on.
now! Get your hands out! Get him out!
He's yelling. Ooh.
Oh,
Wow.
Jesus
Fired,
Christ.
shots fired. Get me medical here now.
What was he doing? It looked like this guy was just walking.
He
Hands.
wasn't getting
headphones
his.
on. You can hear
Oh,
him.
Oh no, that's the deal.
yeah, he's got headphones in, so I guess he
He
didn't
was
hear the cop
listening to
yelling.
Game of Thrones.
This could have been me.
Yeah, that's Jesus Christ. Did you guys notice anything prior to that?
Yeah,
happening
he
near the
wasn't
store?
getting his
I didn't
hands
notice
out.
anything.
God, I
Hashtag justice for Dylan.
I pushed it.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
this guy
I
is
think they panned
covered
him so
in
he
blood.
can bleed out right now. Like why does nobody like that? To me is the worst part. Like why aren't they putting some pressure on the wound instead of like put his hands behind his back and rolling his belly?
Get medical here
Yeah,
now.
they don't even give a shit. They're just standing there watching him die.
Male,
Like, at least do something. At least try to help.
I think the guy's just dead anyway.
that's terrible.
Yeah, check them out.
Yeah, I think he's already dead. Thank God they... Yeah, look at how much blood's under him.
that doesn't seem like a lot to me.
What's on his iPod?
Oh.
It's clear.
I'm happy for the body cam.
Still,
The body
we need
cam is like, I'm glad it's all true.
had three
You know, now we know. Why did they
this
have an
needs
interest
to
in
be
this fellow? Does
implemented
anyone know?
more.
Because they went straight for this guy. Like, he was their person of interest. Does anyone know the background behind that?
No. If you go back and listen, though, he says something to the cop.
Really? Can you make it out? I don't think there's much left to,
He
left
calls
to
the
watch
cop
here.
a
Oh,
fool.
he calls the cop a fool?
He was messing with. He lifted his shirt up and kind of was like messing around with his waistband right as the cop shot. But
That's not good.
that's not good.
Have we watched that thing where the Ferguson protester learned the importance of compliance on the
If you-
show?
Jesus, if you
I don't
skip-
know if I've seen that.
If you just go ahead and skip like 5 minutes in, like you'll just see the puddle of blood grows and grows. This guy's dead.
Yeah, I stopped playing it because it just seemed too bad to me.
Yeah,
Look at that.
that's-
3 minutes in, and the guy's just now starting to give a shit about doing something.
I'm surprised that's
dead.
even on YouTube.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude,
Good
can we
lord.
watch this video?
awful.
It kind of shows the counterpoint. I hope I haven't watched on the show before, but you guys know me. Repeats are what, that's kind of my thing. But we start at 0 when you're ready.
Start at 0 or
Yeah. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ready,
Yes.
set, play.
Night at night. He is one of the most outspoken critics of police use of force here in the Valley. But he gets some on-the-job training about use of force tonight.
Very interesting stuff. Reverend Jarrett Maupin led protests and marches after Phoenix police shot and killed an unarmed man. Well, tonight he gets a chance to experience the split-second decisions that police have to make when encountering a suspect.
And our Troy Hayden was right along with him tonight getting the training as well. This must have been eye-opening.
It was a really interesting experience. You know, we've all watched those protests all over the country after police officers are accused of shooting people who aren't armed. But what would happen if one of those protesters felt what it was like to wear a badge and then be put in a life or death situation himself?
So I'm gonna have you put the holster on right inside your belt loop there.
Jarrett Maupin gets his weapon. You might recognize him as a high-profile organizer in the minority community. Just last month, he led marches on Phoenix Police headquarters after an officer shot an unarmed man.
We want his badge. We want his gun. We want his job.
Today, he accepted an invitation
Badge, gun,
to look
job.
at things from the other side, agreeing to go through a force-on-force training session with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. 3 scenarios where you have to decide to shoot or not shoot. Scenario 1 is a call about a man casing cars in a parking lot. Maupin approaches the man and starts asking questions.
What? Where you have your hand in your gun? You're looking for your vehicle. What kind of car do you drive?
Where you have your hand in your gun?
What kind of car do you drive?
It's my car, man.
Oh. Maupin, the officer, is shot. It happens that fast.
At what time did you
It's fucked,
think
right?
it was time for you to address the use of force that was given?
When he came to the back of the vehicle, and was hiding, you know, I could sense something was wrong.
Scenario 2, a call of 2 men
Yeah,
fighting.
but he got shot.
Yeah,
What's going on today?
watch this one.
What's wrong with you? What's going on today, gentlemen?
What do you want?
What's happening here?
What's wrong with
Back
you?
up.
Huh?
Oh, he shot him.
What are you doing, man? Hey.
Hey, he shouldn't approach me. He shouldn't approach me. He shouldn't approach me. He shouldn't approach me.
What happened in there?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You just shot him?
Hey, he rushed me.
Tell me why you shot.
Well, I
that's really
shot because he was
scary.
within that zone. You
Can
know, I
get.
felt there was an imminent threat. I didn't necessarily see
Right?
him armed.
So now he shot an unarmed man,
He came
and the witness
clearly
is going to be
to
like,
the
I don't know why he did it.
officer, to my person.
Right? Instantly, he's like, why'd you shoot? We were just arguing.
Again, an unarmed man was shot.
Yeah.
Scenario 3.
And of course, it'll be framed however people want it to be framed.
Gets him on the ground.
Watch
He's not
this.
complying.
I need you to keep your hands up, sir.
For what?
Because I need to check that waistband.
Well, what? What are you doing,
Because I don't know what you have under there.
Everybody, look at this guy. What are you doing?
No shots fired, but the suspect did have a hidden knife in his waistband. I went through the scenarios too. Without
We can
seeing
pause
Maupin.
here. I'm not interested in the reporter. The reporter does all the same things. He shoots the first. He gets shot by the first guy because the first guy, he's like, hey, you know, like, what? This is my car. Why are you bothering me? Hey, why's your hand on your gun? Pow, 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 pow. And I would have been shot in that scenario too. I wouldn't have known to start laying some bullets into this guy as soon as he walked to the back of the car. Like, it's a toughie. He didn't do anything that seemed worthy of shooting until he shot. And then the second guy, I might have shot him, perhaps wrongly, because there he is. He's physical. He's aggressive. He was coming at the cop. They obviously picked a cop. He's coming at the trainee, I guess. And they obviously picked an actor cop guy who was big and imposing, right? Like, that guy's going to beat up 98% of the population. He's coming at you. What's your other choice? You know, like it. And the third one, he had a knife on him, and, you know, bad. So, circling back to the video that Kyle shows, this whole Justice for Dylan thing, they're like, hey, get your hands up, get your hands up. What are you doing? Like, they're yelling at him. He's not hearing the instructions because of the headphones, I guess, and he gets shot. But, dude, compliance is paramount. It sucks with the headphones stuff and everything. But if that was me, I'd have been like, you know, hands up. Whoa, what's wrong here? You know, is there a handsome person with an APB on him or something? Like, why are you after me? We'd work it out. But you know, this guy played tough. And I'm looking, I'm like, get your hands off your waist, right? Everyone watching this video, the first one anyway, I'm thinking, get your hands off your waist. If we go back to it, I'm going to play it again.
Yeah, you can see that he kept his hand on his waist for a little too long. And of course, that arises suspicions from any police officer.
And he was constantly walking away. He
Yeah.
never stopped.
Comply, man. Yeah, he's literally got his hands like in his pants under his shirt as I'm watching this thing. And he like lifted his shirt. Right as the cop pulled the trigger, he lifted his shirt up. Turns out he's unarmed. And I guess you could. Oh shit! I just played that again and I didn't show it to everybody. I'll do it again. Do you guys want to watch it with me? You can start at 26.
Okay.
I'm good. I don't want to watch that again.
Yeah, it's really upsetting.
Yeah,
But I'll watch it again.
I ran the gauntlet.
I see exactly what you mean.
Yeah, there he is. The cop. There's 2 cops with guns on him.
Hands out now! Get your hands out!
Oh, first time through, I didn't even notice the guy on
Get
the
him
right.
out!
I thought he didn't see any cops until the first time.
Shots fired. Shots
Yeah.
fired.
No.
Get me medical.
Or until the guy directly behind where he was walking.
The cop is screaming, "Get your hands out! Get your hands out!" He's keeping them in like under his shirt, in his waistband. He said it twice. There's 2 policemen with their guns pointed on him, and he didn't comply. Now, I hate the compliance bullshit. I watched another video. I don't think I could find it quick enough, where there was a traffic accident, and the cop is screaming at people to get out of the road, get farther from the road. There's people on the grass, like not on the road. Get into the woods. You know, it's just, and he's doing it for their safety. But there's a part of me that wants to be like, it's my right to be stupid. Stop screaming at me. I haven't done anything wrong. Knock it off. I'm not, instant compliance with everything a cop says. But when a cop has his gun on you and says, take your hands out of your pants, that's in everybody's best interest. That's a cop saying, I don't want to pull this trigger. Start complying. No one wants it to go down like it did. He's not happy about how this is, and probably the dead guy isn't either. But
Yeah, that just turned out poorly. Like, I still think that was premature to shoot him, especially given, like, what were they following him for anyway? Like what?
That's a good question. But the premature thing, that's why I watched the other video, right?
Yeah, it's like the guy
Yeah.
behind the van. Yeah, or
It's
the
so
truck.
hard to tell
He
until
literally-
you're in a situation like that. It's easy to pass judgment if you've never been pressured immediately like that in what could be a life or death situation.
Yeah, the van thing, right? That guy, he didn't seem dangerous to me. I didn't recognize the danger until after I heard the bangs. It was like, here's one of the safer ones. So making these decisions, I talked to my daughter about it, and she definitely wouldn't approve of me calling her a tumblerina. So I didn't say anything like that. But she was saying, like, there's no situation in which a policeman should shoot an unarmed guy. And I'm like, does that mean that police need to be like superheroes, like able to beat up everyone? No more women cops ever, right? That's a thing too, because almost all women can get beat up by most men, right? That's like a thing, right? And so now you only have guy cops, only have like ex-NFL football player cops, because you can't shoot, right? You can. And then she said there should be no situation in which a cop fires first. That's another thing. So now you can only survive if the other guy is a bad shot. What else was she?
That's clearly a very far left perspective on this whole situation. But unarmed is almost misleading in some ways, because it's like there's no way to tell if someone's unarmed just at a glance. That's why there's concealed carries. Like, nobody's walking around with AK-47s strapped to their back unless you're in Somalia. Like, you don't know if someone has a gun or not. So it's easy to portray it as though like unarmed is synonymous with I'm right here, totally unarmed, announcing my presence. But I also see the other side, so it's
that's kind of where you should be. Like, when a cop is in that state, like I remember thinking back, like, what would happen if I was Trayvon Martin, right? If it was me going out to get all my Skittles and iced tea for my drug of choice, and then the Zimmerman comes at me and says, what are you doing here? I have to imagine that Trayvon Martin didn't come back and say, like, oh, settle down, I'm going to my uncle. He lives right there. You can watch me go in. You can meet him. Like, just everything is cool. I don't know what
you don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you said that at all.
You said, fuck you, cracker.
Things
escalated from there.
Things escalated on both sides, right? Zimmerman's
Totally.
been in trouble half a dozen times since then, and I fear he's not the guy to really hitch your wagon to as innocent shooter. But something went wrong in that conversation that it escalated to a fist fight. Trayvon Martin started beating the fuck out of him, and then he shot him. rather than take a badass kicking. And that appears to be how that thing went down. If I was Trayvon Martin, it wouldn't have gone that way at all. I'd have said, settle, bro. You know, we're all good here. I'm just going home. And I would have. And it would have ended right there. So, yeah. You know, de-escalate, people. What's wrong with you? But good video, Kyle.
Yeah, I just saw that on Reddit. That looked gruesome. That was terrible. I feel like I feel like I've said this before, but like, I wouldn't have shot that guy. I guarantee I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have pulled the trigger unless I saw a fucking gun. I feel like I just wouldn't pull the trigger unless I saw a real fucking gun, like not a pellet pistol either. Like it would have to look real. You couldn't like pull out a burrito wrapped in aluminum foil and like make me go bang 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 bang.
That's a pretty high standard when you say not a pellet pistol. Like, you know.
Yeah, those can look pretty real.
I don't care. Like I'd know it was real, or it would have to. If it's a replica, then it's a replica. But if it's got an orange barrel, I'd see it before a shot. I just feel like I would. I just wouldn't pull the trigger until then.
What if it was a real gun with a painted orange barrel?
Well, then I'm going to shoot that guy.
No, you wouldn't. You'd think it was, you'd be fucked.
That guy's going to murder me right there. Be like, fuck you. Bang, 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 bang. Like, yeah, I'm fucked there. Yeah, that's what every criminal should do, I suppose. Just paint the end of that fucker orange. They won't take you seriously until it's too late. I don't know. I feel like they're just trigger happy. And when I often hear about stories where it's like this cop who has already shot one person just shot another. And it's like, it's not Lethal Weapon in real life, okay? Like this isn't Mel Gibson out there cleaning up like some sort of Japanese triads or something. So he's not cleaning up the triads or something like that.
What do they call the Japanese mafia? The Tazuki or something?
That's not what's going on. It's not. They end up shooting like just citizens of the community that they're supposed to be protecting most of the time, it seems like.
Yazuka. The Yazuka. It's the newest hit on Crunchyroll. It's
not time for that yet.
Go sign up, crunchyroll.com/PKA, and watch the Yazuka got cleaned out by Mel Gibson.
Yakuza.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure somebody was really mad right there. But mispronouncing names, that's my thing.
That's the thing you do.
That's a thing that I do. I own it now.
Kyle, you still doing the Russia stuff?
Yeah, I'm about to go to do a gun show appearance up in. I guess I should mention that to people. Where am I going? It's in Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I think there's a big gun show we're going to pretty soon. I've been telling Woody, like, many times have I been promised that a private plane is going to come pick me up and take me to a thing, and it's never came through before. But this time, apparently, they're coming through with it. Like I've seen the picture of the plane. I've been guaranteed that this plane will show up and pick me up, so we'll see.
Yeah. We just know what a long shot it is. I'll believe.
Yeah, I'm still like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be here. Yeah. Ticket. I'll believe that you will fly me in first class, but I have a hard time believing that you, sir, are going to fly down here in your plane and pick me up. I'm still not believing it because they.
Not as many times as you, but I've also been promised private planes. Thus far, I don't think I've ever seen the inside of one in real life.
I'm like 0 for 3 there. Yeah. Everybody's always like, oh, yeah, we'll just swing down in the jet, pick you up. And it's just, no, you won't.
I believe they're real when they promised them to me. I believe there was a chance that it might have happened.
Yeah. There was a possibility. But
it just somebody better wanted it that day.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, we really want to spend $8,500 worth of fuel to make this pit stop and pick up Kyle?
Yeah. Nah. Yeah. Like, I don't really care to impress Woody. Fuck it.
So we'll see.
Mike, have you ever been on a private plane?
I have not. I've picked up clients when they've flown in on their private planes, but I've never been on one.
You know, that's about the same. That's not the same.
I've been trying to get Woody to buy his own plane. I feel like that's
God.
I feel like that's the next step.
Yeah.
Well, at first he wanted to get some sort of an ultralight or something like that, and those are just way too unsafe. I feel like you can get a safe, small plane for affordably.
Yeah, a little Cessna or something.
Yeah.
Kyle wants me to do a lot of. Should I load up the wolf in the Cessna?
And then come and pick me up. And,
We can mount the minigun to the side, Woody. It'll be badass.
oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Do you have a? You don't have a minigun, do you?
No, this is like $250,000.
It was still a reasonable question.
Yeah.
Who knows? I wonder how much your gun collection is worth.
I've added it up before. It's I don't know if you were selling it fast. It's a few $100,000.
Mm-hmm. Do you still have that one prototype gun that like it's hard to put a price on? I think it was an M16, but of a different caliber. Like
He's having trouble thinking of just one prototype gun that he has.
Yeah, I really am.
I think you told me there was like
30-06 AR-15 once.
I think that's it. Did you say there was like 20 million in R&D and they decided not to use that gun?
Oh, I have that. Yes, I have that. That's I mean that's a lower. So it was a company that went defunct, but they had spent like millions and millions in R&D to create this lower for this AR. Yeah, I've got that. I put it on one of my 300 blackout AR-15, and got it all coated the same color, and it's pretty fancy. That's not. It's not worth a ton of money or anything.
It costs a ton to make, so it's difficult to estimate its value. I guess.
Yeah, $500 maybe if you wanted to buy one on the internet, if you could find one.
Wait, I thought there was only one. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I don't know where to get one.
Did you say you do?
I don't. I've just got the one.
If you don't know where to get one, chances are it's really hard to get one. Because I've always assumed that you know how to find every weapon out there.
There aren't any more on Gunbroker. I don't know. I've got a bunch of sniper rifles though. I think a lot of them are like in the $5,000 to $10,000 range, and there's like a handful of them there.
You're shooting some $100,000 or $400,000 guns soon.
Yeah. I think they're bringing down like 2 or 3 million in shotguns for me to play with.
Wow.
There's like Holland and Holland. I think they make the shotguns for the royal family, so it's like the wood will be what do you call it? Petrified.
It's like petrified driftwood from the Baltic
Some ancient
Sea. Yeah, yeah, right. It's like
hand engravings, and they machine the screws, and it's a whole process.
Dude,
so they're very, very expensive.
If you're interested in what a $400,000 shotgun looks like, they make a YouTube video showing the construction process of it, and it is crazy. Like just to watch them make the screw that they screw in, it begs the question: why do you spend so much time on a screw? Like
Perfection.
Yeah, it's perfection. And then they screw the screw in, and when the screw hits proper tightness, it's like perfectly perpendicular to like, the length of the gun. And that's just like typical for all the machining and fit and finish on this thing.
I don't know exactly which guns he's bringing, but he's bringing several of them down for me, and I know that like they're different brands, and all I know is like the price range of each brand. He's bringing like 4 different brands, and one brand is like the $50,000 to $75,000 shotguns, and one is like $100,000 shotgun, and one is like a $200,000 range, and then there's one that I think it's the Holland and Holland stuff that's closer to $400,000. So I'm looking forward to that. I got some interesting targets to shoot, and I think just showing off some very expensive shotguns is gonna be cool. So that's going to be fun. We'll see if he lets me shoot Dragon's Breath through a $500,000 gun. Like, what I should do, here's what I should do. I should like be showing the really expensive gun the whole time, and at the end like have a quick scene where I have my own gun, but I shoot quickly, and I'm just like poof poof, and I just fucking throw it, just fucking like throw it on the ground, just like or do something if I acted like I was going to destroy that.
Even your own gun is pretty expensive and well cared for.
I've got an over and under shotgun that's rusty that I'm planning on like cutting down to a pistol about this long anyway, and that one would be perfect.
That's not the one I'm thinking of.
I wouldn't mind throwing it in the woods.
Is it a Benelli?
Yeah, the Benelli. Yeah, that's my favorite one.
I remember. Merca's messing up my formatting. All those apps.
Yeah, I wish Taylor likes to shoot too. I've seen a few pictures of him online shooting.
So the video's all screwed up. I'm gonna give it a minute though, because on your screen did it change too? Are we like side by side?
Yeah, it changed to a different thing.
So you can imagine my screen caps are all. Oh, Getting a little better. All right. Kyle's perfect. See, I'm glad I fixed it. Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be cool. He's going to bring those fancy shotguns down, and I think we're going to get some more drones in and have some fun with that stuff.
Have you gotten any more drones recently?
I'm waiting on a shipment right now. They're sending quite a few more.
A shipment of... You're like a warlord in a lot of
What
ways.
are you doing? What do you do with the shipment of drones?
Wait, is there a second shipment coming?
Yeah. They're sending quite a few more.
How many more in total are you going to have?
10 or 15.
So back to my question. What are you really doing with 15 drones?
Taking over the neighborhood, I got to keep my eye on the neighbors. Some of them will be used as targets. Some of them will be used for filming because they got onboard cameras. Some of them are just going to be used for hijinks. I've already destroyed a few just playing around with them. They're fun.
Only you would use drones for hijinks.
Dude,
fuck it.
So the edge of my
$2,000, no big deal.
At the edge of my property, there's some apartments, and so I like to fly my drone over there, and it's just like, I get like 30 feet off the ground, and I stay on my side of the property line of the fence, but I just watch them, and it's just hovering there. And I'll fucking like look right to left to right, over and over. And in reality, I'm on my porch looking at an iPad video of these people like looking at the drone like, what the fuck is that? And I'm just like I'll sit there and watch them for like 5 minutes until I got a crowd, and then I'll just like turn around and just fucking fly the fuck out of there and disappear.
Oh, you need to put like a megaphone on there so that after a little bit of looking, you can be like, "Attention, citizens! Return to your homes!" Like,
we can finally make that kill streak happen in real life, right? What was it called? What was it?
Propaganda plane.
The propaganda plane. Yeah, like
you're all faggots.
This is our idea for a Modern Warfare or Call of Duty kill streak. The propaganda plane, and it lets the other team hear you on the mic.
Yeah. I thought that was a great...
Oh, I remember you guys talking about that so long ago.
Years ago.
To listen to Mike.
You people are gay.
You're all gay. Mr. Bullshit you could possibly come up with. That's great. What were we talking about before that?
We're talking about shotguns for a bit. I don't have another topic, but I have a terrible joke.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right.
I love this so much.
If a lesbian cock blocks another lesbian, is that considered a beaver dam? That's good shit.
They're so fucking bad.
I think Taylor lagged out again.
They're just making it that much better. This is Taylor's reaction to the joke.
I really didn't like that joke.
It's like, cut. Did you hear about the woman that killed that guy with her car? The motorcyclist?
She was in the Navy, right? She had previously threatened to run people over.
Yeah, he was a naval officer, and they got into some sort of... They're calling it a road rage incident. I don't know what the details of it were. And it looked like he was running away. She claims he tried to kick her car, but in the end, she ran him down with her car. Now, he might have
pushed him like 100 feet, right?
Yeah, and like drug him under the car like 100 feet. She's like, he was trying to kick my car. I imagine that was like a defense thing, like get away from me, like trying to push off, or I don't know.
Or maybe he's just kicking her car. I've seen guys do that. But even if he kicked her car and made a dent in it, he didn't deserve getting ran down.
Yeah.
I might
dragged under a car for that long. Think of a worse...
But I wouldn't run him down.
Think of a worse way to die? Oh, well, that's easy.
The boats!
The what?
Boats!
Tell us the boats.
I've told you before.
Remembering things not my deal.
All right, so you take a canoe, you lay the guy in the canoe. You cut holes in the canoe so that his arms and legs stick out and his head sticks out. And so then you put another canoe on top of that to like seal him in two canoes. So now he's like sealed inside of this wooden structure with his arms, his legs, and his head sticking out. You feed him nothing but milk and honey, and you cover his face, legs, and arms and honey. And because you're feeding him nothing but milk and honey, he's getting diarrhea and like shitting himself constantly inside the boat. And you roll the boat out into a swamp full of like insects, mosquitoes, and all kinds of bugs and awful critters. And so they're always like gnawing and stinging at his face day after day because it's covered with honey and milk. And he keeps shitting himself day after day until the bugs start getting in the shit and then inside of him. And so he starts like decomposing as the infesting his, he goes all septic and like bugs are, going in open septic wounds and up his asshole and in his genitals, maybe, who knows. And like his head, his hands, and his feet are just destroyed by stinging insects, and it can take days and days to kill someone.
Imagine also being the guy who has to go back every day to keep feeding him milk and honey.
Get honey sack! Open up wide! He's like,
that guy's serving for a lesser crime. That's his sentence.
Yeah, he'll teach you to steal bread.
Jaywalking. Oh, God. Drink it. Just drink it.
And I think this is how I responded to Kyle last time. In Game of Thrones, when Theon, this isn't a spoiler, when Theon's being tortured, and he's like, I'm going to get you to beg me to cut your finger off. In the books, they describe what he's doing in there. And he's basically filleting his finger and taking the skin off and then letting it dry and rot and hurt and dehydrate and whatever until the pain is so severe that the torturee asks for the appendage to be severed to end the drying out filleted pain. That'd be bad.
That's horrific. I didn't fully understand how bad that was because, of course, when you see it in TV shows or hear about it, you're like, oh, it's probably like they left it out exposed for 15, 20 minutes to show them what's what.
I thought they were poking it on the TV show. Like it went down in 10 minutes on the show. He's like, I'm going to get you to beg me to cut your finger off. He's like, that doesn't seem right. And then like if he's like doing something to his finger, you can't tell. And he's like, cut it off. And that's it. There were no days of drying out without skin in the TV show, I think. And yeah.
Yeah, I think that was implied in the books, though. But that.
Oh, it was outlined. They made it really clear in the books. Oh. I know you read it a while ago, but yeah, I'm fresh on it. It's awful.
Yeah, that's rough. What's another awful way to go? Kyle, that was a very creative Egyptian torture tactic, or whatever you were outlining.
They could break you on the wheel. They could.
Not the wheel.
The wheel of pain.
They could take. They had this big, large wooden wheel, and they sort of lay you across it, lash to it. Rope around your wrist, rope around your feet, and stretch you either face against the wheel or facing away from the wheel, and then they just roll it down a hill. And so it's rolling with all the weight of your body weight and the weight of the enormous wheel you're attached to, and it's smashing you as
you're on the outside edge of the wheel. I thought you were attached to the side of it in this scenario.
No, you're on the tread.
Yeah, you're on the tread. You know what I always thought would be lousy? Being strapped. I don't think this would be lethal, but if you were strapped to like a beach or something and they cut your eyelids off, that would make for an awful day. You'd just be looking at the sun until your eyes dried out and turned into like some sort of raisin.
I think birds would eat it first.
Mike, join in. Give us your favorite torture.
I have never thought of this, so I have no idea.
I think about it all the time right before I go to bed. Let me think of a couple of good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mike,
do
you believe in corporal punishment for children?
Yeah.
Sometimes they need a whooping, right?
Yeah, sometimes they need a little hard hand.
I've never hit my kids, but my wife has.
Oh.
Yeah. The soap is the thing we used to do. I've told the soap stories all over, but yeah, I don't think I've even soaped my kids, but Jackie has.
Never even soaped them.
Oh, hey, we were talking about this a while back. Taylor, have you ever been hit by a girl? Taylor?
It's that tragic of a memory.
No. Not that I...
Really?
Mike, ever been hit by a girl?
Fuck, am I gone again?
No, we hear you. Mike, have you ever been hit by a girl?
I have not, no.
Kyle, how many times have you been hit by a girl?
A few, like quite a few.
I'm shocked.
There's like the flailing thing, like where they're hitting you in the arm and stuff, but there's also like full on like
closed fist.
like
Yeah.
close to the face. I've had like full open, like palm slaps to the face.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'll be right
I've had
back.
all
It's
that.
AC.
Yeah, never.
Did you deserve any of it?
Yeah. Yeah, I deserved it.
I bet you did. Give me a smoke and fire or whatever, because I'm way behind.
Here's one that I didn't. Oh, smoke.
Fire.
You're really close. Yeah, the one time I felt like I didn't deserve to get hit was I was at Six Flags with it was kind of like a double date scenario, and I was basically we were standing in line for a roller coaster, and here's what I said. I said, this is the Great American Scream Machine. It's actually 45 years old. It used to be in Coney Island. They disassembled it, brought it here piece by piece, then reassembled it in the exact same way here, just so they could preserve it. Those timbers were in Coney Island riding people 35 years ago. And my date was like, really? That's incredible. I was like, yeah, totally. And then so like we got to the next roller coaster, and she brought up, the fact that the last one was reassembled from Coney Island and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, I was just fucking with you. I was just fucking with you. And she just like, for whatever reason, that pissed her off so much. She slapped the piss out of me, like full palm in the face. Pow! Like right there in the line. And I was like, fuck, what the hell was that? So like that one I kind of borderline deserved. I was kind of being a dick.
No, you did not deserve that one.
I felt like I did. I was kind of being a dick, like making that whole story up. Although it's partially a true story anyway. But she slapped the fuck out of me. Another time I think I had cheated, and I got a real thrashing. And maybe I hadn't cheated. I had like corresponded with another girl. Let's put it that way, electronically, if you will.
Cheating light.
Yeah, cheating light. I had exchanged.
That's why PKA Dan got divorced.
It was an email, okay, and that was deemed a no, and I got quite a thrashing that day. There was a couple.
I wasn't cheating. I was just setting it up.
That was the pre-cheat.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. You can't be mad about me setting up a booty call, right?
It wasn't exactly that. In any case, yeah. I've been hit by girls a time or two.
Kyle, can we talk about your girl situation at all?
Never. No.
Fuck.
No.
Because there's been some interesting developments.
Well, they're not public developments. Jesus Christ.
I have a new topic.
Okay.
Here. This is about the spending gap. I have a fellow father with me between Mother's Day and Father's Day. This is absolute horseshit. It looks like they spend roughly twice as much on Mother's Day than Father's Day. There's a spending gap, and it is only getting worse.
I don't get my mom shit, so
I believe that.
I only get my dad. I only get my dad gifts.
I do my best to lower both those numbers by not buying either of them anything.
All I want for Father's Day, I get for free.
It's a lot more difficult to buy for your dad than your mom anyway.
No, it's easy to buy for my dad.
Yeah, and like whatever they buy for me, that money, it used to be mine.
Yeah, that's like when I get my dad something, I actually go out and just like get my dad something. So like it's fresh income for him. But like for you, it's just like, nah, you guys just make a card. You got some crayons and notebook paper.
Yeah, right. You know,
just write it down. Tell me.
Don't use new paper. Take that shit from the recycling bin.
You know what? Maybe just text me. Text me. That'll work. Text me.
Make me some breakfast or something. We're good.
Yeah. You got unlimited. Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, a little breakfast.
That is true. I hadn't thought about that. With like, it's just you spending your dad's money poorly. Buying him a shit tier tie that he doesn't want, or some other item where he's like, wow, I was really wanting that Craftsman multi-tool. Not anymore. Now I got a tie with Snoopy on it that I have to pretend to like, or I'll ruin this kid's childhood.
Yeah, that's what I'll usually get my dad. I'll get him like a multi-tool, or I've gotten him a few guns, stuff like that. I usually get him something that's pretty pricey, but not ridiculous, and something that he could use. Because like, I don't know. If you got this guy like a coffee maker, he wouldn't give a fuck. But if you get him a new wrench or a pistol or something like that, he'll actually go out and use it, have some fun.
My multi-tool has shipped, I think. So yeah, I bought a multi-tool, and it's a pocket thing. Like it should be small and light enough that I can carry it all the time. And I had Woody's Gamertag engraved on it, and it's blue, and I'm really excited about this being my pocket carry for a long time. I love shit that says Woody's Gamertag on it. Like, I'm going to get a P.O. box, and you guys can send me fucking anything. It'll be like a used condom with Woody's Gamertag on a Sharpie.
Don't invite things like that publicly.
My P.O. box is Carnesville, Georgia 30521. It's P.O. box 102. If you want to send me weird and fun stuff, I've been getting lots of cool stuff lately. I like that.
I'm gonna get a P.O.
Send Kyle meats and fruit that will take long enough to rot that it'll make it there, and then rot in his P.O. box and ruin all the good shit.
Don't do that. Someone sent me a glitter bomb the other day, but I was too wily for them. I noticed that there was glitter leaking. I bagged it, put it in and like tied a knot in the bag, and I plan on like looking into it further to see if there's more than just glitter in there. But he put glitter in there, and he slit the edge of the envelope with a razor, like the edge, so that like if you were to like handle this envelope in any way, try to open it, like you shake it and you get glittered. So fuck you.
Someone sent me a glitter bomb. Who would that be, Kyle?
That was me.
Yeah, I never opened it. I feel Jackie somehow identified it. She's like, I think one of your subs sent you a glitter bomb. And I'm like, oh yeah, we'll have to check that out. Like, put it aside. Maybe we'll do an opening video or something like that. And I think I lost in the move or something.
Well, fuck. Kitty and I went through so much trouble to send you that glitter bomb. We ordered it, and then like the company went out of business, and then someone else started doing glitter bombs, and we ordered again, and like the payment didn't go through or some shit, so we did it again.
I'm gonna ask Jackie about the
in.
glitter bomb. Put her on speaker.
We must have spent $20 sending you this glitter bomb.
Hey, honey.
When we were gonna send you crabs.
You're on speaker. Where's that glitter bomb they sent to us?
I'm on speaker. The glitter bomb's in the trash.
You threw it out?
Oh.
I opened it in the trash.
You opened it in the trash? Did it like what was the experience like?
It was already opened in the envelope.
Was it
Perhaps
traumatic?
I didn't realize lights were out.
Oh, you were
Sounds
sleeping?
like you just woke her up.
Did I wake you for this question?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It is 11:30.
I'm hopped up on coffee. It's like morning to me. So you opened the glitter bomb in the trash, and it didn't like poof glitter or anything?
Nope. It was already exploded in the mail.
Make something up to make it more exciting.
Okay. Thanks, honey. I love you. Bye-bye.
I love you. Goodbye.
She's so tired and irritated. That was funny.
Well, I totally wasted my money with the glitter bomb.
Yeah, you should actually ask for your money back. If it exploded in the mail, there's got to be some type of warranty or something.
I think she's describing like what I said, like the envelopes just sort of slid on the edge so that like it just spills in your lap. I don't know. I really didn't look into it too much. I saw that there was glitter leaking as soon as I took it out of the P.O. box, so I put it in a little plastic bag in my car, so it's still out there. I can go get it, I guess. You want to see it?
Were you with us when it was in a hotel room like 4 years ago, and Kitty was talking about revenge or something, and she found a website called like revengecrabs.com, and you can send in the mail crabs to people. That'll get in their hair, get all over the place, and you get crabs.
Oh.
If you weren't there, it was because she might have been talking about doing it to you because you had done something to bother her. But this was like 4 years ago, so if you don't have crabs now, then you're probably in the clear.
Yeah, I've never had crabs, so
They're all cleared up anyway.
No, I never have. But that's frightening. I can't believe there would be such a website.
That's a mean-spirited thing to do,
right?
Well, so is glitter, just to lesser extent.
You've got AIDS.com.
It's in a box of syringes.
Kyle, I have a question for you. I hope it's not inappropriate for the show. I've never had a three-way. Hypothetically, if you were to have had one, is it awesome, or is it the disappointing experience that so many on the internet say? They say it's pretty much like either you and somebody and that other person's excluded, or those two and you're excluded, and that sex just is more of a one-on-one thing, and the three-on-three thing that a three-way is supposed to be just never meets expectations.
Well, I was the group leader, so I feel like I made it fun for everyone, and everybody got to have fun with everybody, and you know, I made sure the pieces were put together in a way that everyone would enjoy themselves.
Wow. So you weren't just a participant. You were a coach, right? You're like producing this thing.
Well, it wasn't my idea from the start. It just I was just with two girls, and we were all like swimming in the lake together, and one thing led to another, and so then it was on at that point. So I just everybody seemed down, so yeah, I was sort of the group leader at that point, I guess. I figured
You're
out
the
where
coach.
everybody needed to go.
Game plan.
I would feel shy being like, all right, you go down on her, you do this, you do like maybe she's not into what I'm about to request.
Well, you don't just want to go 0 to 60, I wouldn't think. Not just like, all right, kiss a little bit. All right, shit on that plate, and then bring it over here.
Syringe? You got the syringes? All right. No, I guess I just don't have any shame. So I was just like, eat that pussy. I'm going to fuck you with the ass. Like, you just tell, figure out what you want to do.
You do it like that in your carnival voice. I'm over here. I've got quite the ruse for you.
Bit of sport. No, I don't think I used an accent at all. But yeah, I figured that like, why make this an awkward thing? Why like pussyfoot around, if you will, when like everybody's naked in a bed together? Why not just be like, hey, what do you want to do? Well, what do you want to do? All right, well, you do some of that, and you do some of that, and then we'll do this, and just kind of go from there. I had a great time. I enjoyed myself. And then the other time, I don't know. It's a real physical workout if you're trying to please both women. That's the only drawback.
I didn't expect that. A real physical workout? I guess so, huh?
Yeah. I mean, twice as much is expected of you. Like literally double, or at least 1.5.
So we're talking about. I'm thinking if literally double.
If you have
6.5 minutes.
Maybe
1/100th the length of gigabit soup.
Might be a little more than double then. Whatever. It's going to take at least twice as long as normal, though, if you're doing it right, I would say.
What was the post experience like? Really awkward, or is it just immediately back to let's get some Taco Bell, knowing you?
Yeah, it's totally what it's like. It's like let's do like a triple cuddle. And then you get some Taco Bell, totally.
Now, how does it end? I guess it's over when you say it is, right? That's the guy's prerogative. All right. We all know it's done now.
Actually, no, it continued after I was done. Like after I was finished being a participant, I became an observer. So it was just so I enjoyed myself, I suppose.
Just one time.
Couple times.
Same girls?
Mm-mm.
You rascal.
I don't think I've ever come close to having a three-way.
The trick is having. I suppose the trick would be having one girl that you're very close to, and another girl that's pretty slutty. I think that's what you're going for, something like that. That makes a really easy.
I'm halfway there. Jackie and I are super close.
Now you just have to find the slut.
Now you're just like a Craigslist ad away from making this happen.
No, truthfully, it wouldn't. Well, I mean, it would be for hypothetical single me, where I don't care for these people. But real life me, no, I would. Well, if the other one's a girl, I don't know. So am I alone in this? In that, like, if Jackie were to cheat with a guy, hypothetically, that would be like unrecoverable to me. Like, I would find that this relationship was over. Like, it would just be done for. It would imagine that. I'd replay it in my mental video camera.
And also, you've clearly been picked over by someone who. It would be like if she picked another. To make it even worse, like, what if she picked another guy with your background, a guy who had similar things who did similar things to you, like
he's got more subs than me. God damn it!
Like, no, she picked a lifeguard with more rescues or something. Picking if she goes with the guy, then she's clearly found another. You weren't man enough. This guy was a better man, a better male match for her than you were, or at least preferable at that time. Or he was giving her something that you were not, or that you could not. Whereas if she goes and finds a lady, you're like, well,
Right.
She looks better than me.
That was never the competition in the first place. She's playing an entirely different sport, right? Like something about picking the lady, not only is it like you didn't choose her over me, you just chose a different game. It's also like the replay, the mental camera in my head isn't quite as like, oh yeah.
Yucky and painful?
No, like he wasn't doing the things that I would do. She doesn't do the things I do. Like I don't know if I'd stick with her or what. I might feel totally differently if it happened. But in my head, it doesn't seem to hurt as much, like the thought of it.
I totally agree. I think you're on point there.
Oh, really? Because a lot of people say I'm crazy.
No, you're totally on point. Yeah, I don't know why a lot of people like I can understand if some people are that sensitive about it that like no, if she slept with another woman, I'd be out. But like I feel like they're in the minority overall. It's just not as bad, if nothing else. What do you think, Mike?
I don't know. It's tough.
I understand if you can't stick in there. I understand that it would be hurtful and painful, but it's not as bad, is it?
No,
yeah, it's a gradient.
Yeah, it's definitely not as bad, but it's.
I think that's the question.
Yeah, that's the question, right? It's not about whether you stick in there. That I feel like you have to experience to really know. But if you had to pick a way for it to go down, I definitely pick the girl side.
It's preferable. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Kyle's like, yeah, I could see
Kyle's
that.
got to go take another coffee break.
This one lasts 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the double time.
Yeah. We sold
do you
a
ever
bunch.
keep calm and do something mug?
Yeah, I do.
Is that
Keep
what that
calm.
is?
Yeah, I sell these. If you go to Kitty's Etsy shop, she has those on there. She also has the napalm candles. So yeah, it says keep calm and carry. This is actually one that I already signed. I like sign a bunch of them in advance because everybody seems to want them signed.
I want the one with your DNA.
Wait, hold it up again. I want to see that handwriting.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, there you go.
FPS Russo.
Sweet.
FPS Russo. Yeah, that guy. So yeah, you can get one of those on her Etsy shop. The candles really just smell like napalm, which is just shocking. I really didn't think they would.
Mike, are you on Reddit at all? Are you familiar with Reddit?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I mean, I'll check it from time to time.
Do you ever post comments?
No, I don't post anything.
Oh.
No.
Then my follow-up of what's your top-rated comment?
Yeah.
Is irrelevant to me, yeah.
Well, shucks. All right.
Woody, you do it a lot.
Sorry.
You probably have a lot of points.
I do, yes. I have almost 100,000 karma.
When he gets to 100,000 karma, he gets to be a member of a super exclusive subreddit, and that's what he's like getting up to. That's what this is all about.
Yes.
Are you making a joke, or is that a real thing?
That's a real thing.
It's called the Century Club. You need 100,000 karma, and you get into the Century Club. I'm already in our top, which is the top 1% of Reddit, but that's not exclusive enough. It's the Century Club. That's where I aspire to be. I'm going to do an Ask Me Anything on the PKA subreddit, and
that'll put you over.
I don't know if it'll put me over, but it's going to be. I'll enter Warp Drive and get a lot of.
Why
karma.
would you want to go comment with all those people with the most karma?
Yes,
when it's all they're going to do is make shitty puns that are really foreseeable that get to the top right away. Like that's all. But that's like every time I see something interesting and I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's more information in here. If I can see why there is this fact or this tidbit of information, I go in and it's some stupid fucking pun at the top 100% of the time. And then you have to scroll down like 75% of the page before it's like with 2 points. It's like, oh, actually, I work in this field and this is the reason for this discovery or whatever. Like, it's so aggravating. Is there a way to like block those? Just see the good ones?
No, and I'm told everybody who's in the Century Club agrees that it sucks, that it's completely disappointing, and that it's not this place where like everyone's comment is wonderful and super awesome. That they're just low lives, not low lives, no lives, no lives that karma whore on Reddit all the time. But I still like these are my people. It seems like I should get along with them. So we'll see.
So, Taylor, did you see that Wings of Redemption threw down a 1v1 challenge?
Wings.
1v1 or 2v2?
He threw down a 1v1 challenge. So I've been Skyping him for a bit, telling him he should come play Civilization 5 with Chiz and I. And he keeps saying, no, it's not my game or whatever. And then I guess he said on a live stream when someone brought it up to him, that he would play me in a 1v1 on StarCraft and some specific map type as well. So I will play against him in a 1v1 in StarCraft if he reciprocates by playing a 2v2 against Chiz and I in Civilization 5. And he can bring his own partner, or we can assign him one. We know lots of guys who are strong players.
Yeah, take up the challenge, Wings. It'll be 10 hours of fun.
10. He got off easy.
What does Wings do? Is he still? I'm looking. I guess he's still posting videos. No.
He still posts some videos.
videos.
Live streaming is the way to make money now. It's not so much YouTube ad dollars anymore.
Live streaming, like Twitch.
It's Twitch. Yep, that's the one. And I don't mean to be talking about just Wings in this case, but the business model is this. You live stream and you set up this thing where people can donate to you directly. And people who are popular and stream for like 6 or 7 hours can make, $1 or $2 grand in a session.
Jesus.
And you work for it, but that's a lot of money. And it adds up in a hurry. And so that's Wings isn't making that kind of cash, but he's mostly a Twitch guy right now. I talked to him about it. He says he doesn't love it, that he feels like he's living off people's donations, like it's almost like he's a charity, when really I think they're volunteering to pay for a product. It's not quite a charity.
Yeah, I mean, they're paying him for his entertainment, basically, I guess. Or the entertainment he's providing.
Yeah, I'm holding them hostage for it. Like, if you don't get me to $500 in the next 2 hours, I'm done. Or I don't know if people do that, but...
He went through a rough time, like I'll say 6 weeks ago, where I guess he was threatening to kill himself again. He had went out and bought the bullets and stuff like that.
Again?
Yeah, I don't know how many times he's done that. A good guess would be like 12. I don't know, 6, 12. Yeah, he's been having some bumpy roads. But I saw a Facebook status just recently, and he's on antidepressants now, and he feels a lot better about everything. Like, I wonder if I can find
good for him.
Yeah, I'm really glad he's doing it. Let's see, Facebook.
Hopefully that moves him in the right direction, wherever he thinks that is now. Yeah, what's the last thing you remember about Wings, Mike?
Yeah, I have no... I mean, he was...
so long.
Yeah, it's been forever. I mean, this was back when he was posting videos and all the YouTube stuff was changing. I think everybody was getting like new partnerships with new people, and Machinima was kind of becoming less popular, and people were going to other... That was kind of the last...
Do you want to hear Wings' Facebook post?
No. Yeah.
So this is from June 1st, which makes it 3 days old. Well, I'm 1 week into antidepressants, and I figured I'd give you guys an update. First off, I'm aware it takes a month before you feel the full effects of an antidepressant, so that gives me hope that we'll only get better. I've noticed the following. 1, my thinking and thought process is not as muddled. 2, I have much stronger willpower, mainly because I'm not having anxiety and depression bouts. 3, less stress eating is happening. He's gone from 447 to 438 in this time frame. That's pounds. 4, making better choices for life and eating. I know I've only streamed once, but that's coming soon. It's more of I don't know what to play than avoiding it. And 5, it gives me a different view on the same situation. It took about 48 hours before I actually felt anything, and then it hit me. Right around 9 p.m. at night, my mind just focused. I've thought about things that would normally make me cry and stress, and nothing comes. Side effects are I'm having trouble sleeping a full night since getting on the meds. So that's where he is right now. He's people have been advising him to do therapy and antidepressants for a while now. And I guess he has some experience with having done them as a kid. It sounded like young kid. This could be off, but I'm going to throw a number out like 12 years old. And he felt like they didn't work on him or it wasn't an effective solution for him. But somehow he got convinced to give it another try, and it appears to be good news. So
I'm happy for him. Good for him.
Yeah, it's definitely
a step in the right direction.
It's definitely a positive thing. I have more hope for the antidepressant route he's taking now compared to the previous like roller coasters of good and bad that he's been on over the last couple of years. But still, there's a lot of roller coastering. I hope that this good news stays.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, Wings is having a hard time, although it appears not this minute, but he's having a hard time in general. His income dropped, and that created a lot of stress, and then he didn't deal with the stress like public facing very well, and then that just leads to more stress, and it goes crazy. So So Mike did the responsible thing that so many people haven't, and he decided not to play video games for a living.
Yeah. And now that I kind of look back at it, I mean, because I just stopped. I mean, like cold turkey.
I wouldn't say that. Like you did. You didn't do a goodbye video. Yeah.
But I mean, it was literally one video, and then like no heads up or anything, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I still kind of feel bad about that a little bit, but
Don't feel bad. That's what I did.
Taylor,
I just stopped.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had a thought. Taylor, did you ever get a gun?
I have a couple guns. I haven't bought a new one in quite a long time.
He's asking because you were texting us about gun ideas.
Yeah, because you were asking about. Because I thought of a cool gun that you could get that's pretty inexpensive. Let me grab this thing.
Oh, be careful.
Oh, yeah.
His suggestions are never one he'd take up on his own. Have you considered a Cessna with a minigun and a wolf in it?
Well, first you want to buy a snake. Yeah.
and then a spider sack.
Because I just can't rationalize how expensive they are. Even though the Ruger GP100 is like $750 for the one that I would want, like the 3-inch barrel. Like I still can't justify it yet, purchasing that.
It is a lot. What do you got, Kyle? Oh, there are the boobs.
Of course.
This is a Mosin Nagant. So the rifle is like $100, and then it's been customized.
Oh, that's cool.
People have different opinions on how cool that is. Kyle, you've probably seen the online arguments.
I mean, I've shot one before, a Mosin. I thought it was fun.
They kick a bit.
It looks old and wooden.
It's got a flash enhancer on it. This thing makes a fucking fireball.
Flash enhancer.
I've seen people that don't like this, that think that you're like, messing with a piece of history. They made fucking millions of these Mosin Nagants. Don't worry, I got 4 more that I'm keeping for historic purposes. this 5th one here, I cut into little pieces and let Eric customize the fuck out of it. I like this. Yeah. So I don't understand
Are
this.
they all in the same caliber, or have you messed with that as well?
No, it's 7.62 by 54 millimeter standard Mosin Nagant. Super cool round.
It is a cool round.
Very powerful. It'll shoot through stuff, and they're cheap, really cheap. The guns are cheap. The ammo's cheap. Comes in big metal cans, and you can afford to shoot this big 30 caliber rifle like all day, and it's not a big deal.
The bullets oftentimes are corrosive, so as you shoot them, they start ruining your barrel, and you have to clean it at the end of the day. Which I'm sure Kyle
like cool
doesn't.
Corrosive like Borderlands, like
no.
corrosive. So you would recommend that one, Kyle? But Woody said people have mixed feelings. Like, what's the huge drawback? There has to be.
They don't like the fact that you're butchering kind of a piece of history.
Modification of it.
Yeah, they feel like if it's not what came from the factory, then you're somehow ruining its original intent. They call it a Bubba gun, whatever. I think those people are being a little bit snobby, and that's coming from me.
I don't get it because, like I said, I've got like 4 of those things.
From a guy who wants his own public pool.
I was suggesting your public pool, not my own public pool. I wouldn't get in that filthy water to begin with. You think they're going to give you brand new water? I don't think so.
We're going to chlorinate that thing. The first 30 minutes of the party is just dumping chlorine in the water.
The most elitist thing possible is like, I want that pool drained the week prior. I want fresh water for my family.
Perrier, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. We'll get our best 16-year-old on it.
It needs to come from an Antarctic ice cap, please.
Won't need Negroes in the water or anything like that beforehand either.
Oh, boy. Jesus fuck.
Won't stand for it.
And double down. It gets you in less trouble than backtracking. It always does. That's the social media truth. Double down.
Yeah, I feel like that's how Jackie would be. I feel like she's like, I know she's from New Jersey,
but she wouldn't say Negro.
I feel like if you looked into her lineage, her family owned some huge sprawling plantation, like in Louisiana, and like after the war, they went up north and somehow held on to their riches or something like that.
That's totally not her family. Her father was a fireman. They lived in Patterson. If you don't know Patterson, New Jersey, this is the thing. That movie. Was it Stand By Me? The one with Crazy Joe Clark, the principal, and the baseball bat? I
have no idea what you're talking about.
Really?
Probably before my time.
Mm-hmm.
Probably before everyone.
It was Lean on Me. It was Lean on Me. Morgan Freeman played this principal, and he straightened up this school. And this school had like ridiculous underachievers and like 5% attendance, and like all these like pregnant teens and murders and violence and gangs and stuff. That's the school Jackie was zoned for. Like where she grew up. She went to an all-girls Catholic school, but that's the school she was zoned for. So, yeah, but she came from, they're nice family. You know, parents were, her mom worked in the prison as a secretary or something, and mostly like helped all the corrections officers with their benefits or payroll or whatever. And her father was a fireman.
You know what time it is?
I'm hoping it's time for a mid-roll.
It's time to talk about Crunchyroll.
Oh, sweet.
Crunchyroll offers the largest, most diverse collection of anime series straight from the source. Each season, they're bringing in the best new anime from Japan to deliver the largest line of anime, from classics like Sword Art Online 2, One Piece, and Attack on Titan, to a few favorites like Food Wars, Punchline, and Is It Wrong to Try and Pick Up Girls in the Dungeon? You can watch these shows and more across all devices, whether it's an Xbox, PlayStation, Wii U, Roku, Android, iOS, or Apple TV. You've got access to unlimited anime, manga, and drama titles. You name it, they've got it all. So you've got these newest episodes coming straight from Japan, available as soon as an hour after premiering, and it's all professionally subtitled. And all the episodes are ad-free and 1080p quality. So head over to crunchyroll.com/PKA, sign up, and register today to get in on our exclusive offer of Crunchyroll Premium for 30 days. That's right, Crunchyroll Premium for an entire month if you sign up using crunchyroll.com/PKA.
You mean to tell me that they've got the best anime from Japan subtitled only 1 hour after it came out?
As little as an hour after.
This is too good to be true.
There's no way.
There's got to be a catch. Is it HD?
Absolutely. 1080p quality.
Holy fuck. Are there ads during the videos?
None.
Oh my god. This is orgasmic anime right here.
Incredible, man.
It's got to be, $40-50 a month, right?
No, I believe plans are around $6 a month.
How about the first month? How much is the first month?
Oh, that's free.
No way. How do you get it for free?
Crunchyroll.com/PKA.
Holy smokes. Well, there is no better deal for anime fans.
Goodness. So I give up one Starbucks a month, and
That's
I get
it.
a month's wow.
Yeah, unlimited virtually entertainment. It's amazing.
That's incredible.
There's just no reason to get anime through any other source.
I can't think of one.
Because there isn't.
I'm having a better time with the ads this show than I have in a long time.
I like the ads. And check out the YOLO Boys, too. The YOLO Boys.
They were one of my favorite sponsors ever. They're the best Middle East newscasters that you'll find.
You won't hear me complain about Crunchyroll anytime soon. I'm very proud to be working with Crunchyroll, just as long as we don't have to talk about the YOLO Boys anymore.
YOLO Boys.
Do you remember the YOLO Boys? Is that a thing in your memory, Onslaught?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we used to have a lot of people who'd advertise on us, like, some were YouTubers, like aspiring YouTubers. Some people would advertise on PKA just for the fuck of it. And that's where the... What's that?
Like a shout out, basically. You know, they want their name or whatever they do.
And the YOLO Boys were two guys and an androgynous person. and they just wanted to be known as the best military newscasters in all of, like, Western Europe and the Middle East.
I think it was weather.
Yeah, I think did I say news? I meant weather. And these guys predicted the weather in like Western Europe and the Middle East for like the Air Force or something. And we were just like, those two guys and that other person of unknown sex are the best you'll find. I wonder how they felt about their value.
I'm sure they loved it.
Yeah, how about the one guy though? Well, the one person, I should say.
I don't know. I mean, we do the best we can with what we got.
The YOLO Boys. I would love for them to reach out to us and reach out at the business at pkonline.com. Prove you're a YOLO boy and let us know how you're doing. Go on.
Can we talk about the sponsor that we're going to be reaching out and working with here pretty soon? The automatic sponsor.
I know the one you're thinking of. Sure.
So the makers of the Autoblow, we got back in touch with them.
This is a robotic fleshlight thing.
Yeah, this is an automatic cocksucker. You plug it in the wall and it sucks your dick. And they sent Woody one, but he felt like it was just he's got kids and stuff. Like, he
That's
doesn't even
the
want to be
thing.
associated with it. I think he didn't even take it out of the box. He just put it in the closet. Like,
As far as we know.
Yeah, as far as
yeah.
you know, like I can't be associated with I've got a daughter in high school.
Yeah,
And
I don't have any fucking kids though, so they're sending me an Autoblow, and I'm gonna fuck that thing. But like why not, right? Everybody's like, I wouldn't fuck that thing. It's like, yeah, you would. I'm gonna fuck it. Come on, I'm gonna put some lube in there and fuck that Autoblow.
Yeah,
but
you're bored
as
one
you do.
afternoon, why not?
But I'm gonna show it off on the show and maybe stick a cucumber or something phallic in it and have a little fun with that. And I think they're kind of. If things go well, if we sell a few units, I think they're going to be another. They're going to be in the mix with guys like Crunchyroll and Squarespace. I think the Autoblow is a pretty cool little product, so we're going to find out.
Of course it is. I can't wait to learn more about it, but I don't understand it just from a, forgetting about the Autoblow for a minute, but the whole space in which they exist. Why is it that girls using like masturbatory devices are go ahead, thumbs up, you're so awesome, yet guys doing it, we need to work to correct that social faux pas.
I feel like every man should have an Autoblow. Like, so much cheaper than going on dinner dates and all that stuff. Get yourself an Autoblow. You'll get your life together.
It's a sure thing.
For only $19.99.
They're
Can't
expensive.
save money? Autoblow.
I don't know how much I hope there's a coupon code or a discount or something that we get, because it's like $250 maybe, something like that.
Call
Autoblow's-
1-800-BLOW-ME. 1-800-BLOW-ME.
That's not even the right number
No,
of
it's not.
numbers.
Yeah. Have you ever turned it on before, Woody? Just to see, because it all depends on the noise this thing makes. If it's pretty silent, I can see it taken off. If it sounds like like and it's like a robotic noise, then that's troubling.
I'm told it's unexpectedly loud.
Kyle can verify it.
Real lifelike noises.
I've heard that too. I don't have any experience, but like I think this is going to be hilarious. And I'm going to put on my coffee. Like Woody always talks about, like, yeah, you go into Kyle's house and there's like a 70-inch TV and then a 50 cal at the base of it. It's like there's going to be an Autoblow in the corner now. Like,
You stand it up in the middle of your table and put flowers in it, turn it on, just constantly going up and down.
yeah, it's going to be a conversation piece. I think it's going to be hilarious.
Right. Like for Christmas, you put out the Autoblow, it moves around in some way, and it's a decorative thing. Put some lights in there.
That's what I should have
Oh
given
my
Joe
God.
for his wedding.
Don't re-gift it. Jesus Christ.
I should have given Joe one at his wedding. That would have been funny.
That would.
Everybody else is putting the envelopes in the box, and I just put a wrapped Autoblow next to that box of money.
not even wrapped, dude. Just put a bow on it and stick it next to the big bow.
Trust me, Joe. This is the gift that keeps on giving. $100 be gone in a week. Now, this is you're gonna want this.
Oh, that would be so fantastic if I should have re-gifted my Autoblow. And just, like I said, no wrapping, no hidden, just a bow on the outside of it. So everyone sees the Autoblow. He had like this really classy, it was like a birdhouse with the slot on the top where you put your envelope in. And I should have dropped the Autoblow next to it.
Joe's wedding was very nice, I thought. I liked it a lot.
The wedding was great, but what I really liked were the people. Like his family and her family just seemed like they were filled with good people. And having been married for a while, I feel like that's a huge indicator of how the wedding will go, how the marriage will go.
And there were almost no fat people at this wedding.
I know, right?
You got to think, you got Joe coming in, a professional athlete, which doesn't mean that everyone he's related to is a professional athlete, but it does mean that many of his friends are, and he comes from good stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got her, and she's very petite. Like the lady behind me, I heard her say, she's like a little doll.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's very petite. So all of her family's in good shape too, it seemed. And there was maybe 150 people there, right? Wouldn't you say?
Call it that, 110, 150.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe 4 fatties in the whole mix.
Wow.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Yes. Yeah.
Percentage-wise, that's an anomaly.
But not just 4 fatties. Like, if there were 110 people there had to be a good, 30 professional athletes.
Yeah.
So...
That Sasha girl, is that her name?
Dasha.
Dasha. I finally got to see Dasha in person. She's the one that I guess everyone says is so hot. That's out of Joe's gym.
She's dating an ex-UFC fighter right now.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
She might have been the best looking woman at the wedding, aside from the bride, of course.
Mm-hmm.
She was very beautiful.
Yes. But there were a lot of beautiful.
There were a
women
lot
there.
there were a lot of
and a lot of beautiful men there. Just saying, lots. Yeah,
a lot of cauliflower ears in the mix.
yeah. Oh, it'd be not if even if they didn't have cauliflower ears, you could tell like that's a fighter, right? That guy's got like the fighter's haircut, the fighter's build. Like that guy fights undoubtedly, and just like guy after guy after guy seemed to have that like wrestler stance and hardness to him. And dude, if a fight broke out at Joe's wedding, I would have to. There was a lake nearby. I think I'd jump in the lake. I think I'd start swimming.
Of course you would, Aquaman. You take to water.
Come at me now, bros.
Control some catfish or something. Yeah, it was a good trip. I enjoyed it. We walked around the pier, like by some park or something. Got to see the ocean for a bit. Went and watched Mad Max at one point. Ate a couple of decent meals, I guess. Nothing that would really stand out. Other than at the wedding, the steak was very good. So yeah, it was a good trip. Good trip.
Yeah, I'm happy we went. Didn't someone tweet you like you didn't go to the wedding? You're not a real friend.
He tweeted at both of us.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He says, "I guess you guys weren't invited to the wedding. Not real friends."
Little does he know. I have a picture. I have proof. Let me see if I can find it. This'll not be too long. I don't take that many pictures. Oh, what do you know? I did a vlog in the meantime.
I still stick by that thing I said about women in Boston last time we were there.
So this is me and little Joey. And then for you guys who can't see it, that's me and little Joey. But yeah, that's me holding baby Lowe's on.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, that whole thing was great. I'm glad we went.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Taylor here?
Yeah, I think I'm here.
Oh, you're here?
You guys got spotty for a bit.
Yeah.
We do that sometimes. Yeah. So, Mike, when are you going to get your architectural license and start your own company?
Oh, God. I don't know. I don't want to start my own company at the moment. Things are pretty good. Like I said, I work at a big enough firm where there isn't a... I mean, if I was to go out on my own, I'd be more motivated to do it, but I'm just not at the moment totally content with where I am. The wife hates it, of course.
What does the wife hate?
She would love for me to get just the registration license just to more... So just say it.
And she hasn't effectively gotten you to do that yet?
No, there's literally no financial benefit involved, and it's 7 tests. Each test is basically a pass-fail. You take one at a time. You have to literally study at least a month for each test. I mean, it's an insane.
That doesn't sound insane to me at all. My wife. So when we picked this area, RTP. We were like, all right, I want a place where I can get an education, raise kids, find a good job, enjoy good weather, and be able to afford like a family lifestyle. So we picked this area of North Carolina. I started playing hockey for like a year all the time. I was in like 3 hockey leagues or something. I was really enjoying it. Picked up like woodworking as a hobby, and things are going great. And Jackie she was like, one of the reasons we moved here was so that you could get your master's degree. Like that was kind of like part of the thing. And that was it. I was like, all right, I'll get a master's. So I spent the next 3 years or something toiling away tirelessly at a master's degree. Your wife hasn't figured out whatever combo of words it is to get you to do a thing?
Not yet, no. I should have done it instead of YouTube if I was going to do it. Now it's...
What do you mean? What are you done? You're 31. Go, baby.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
Like I said, I just haven't hit that motivation. It might hit me one day, but at the moment, it's just not there.
You need to see Shia LaBeouf's motivational speech then.
Oh, it's very good. I watch it every morning.
Well, I'm trying to get someone to make a WoodyCraft trailer. Play WoodyCraft. Just do it! Do it! Do the thing! WoodyCraft! I don't know, make it happen. But dude, yeah, what if you wanted a different job? This would be like a serious piece of your resume.
Oh yeah, it'd be huge. Yeah. So
would it open up doors in other states where it's required to have it, or is it kind of just across the board, just a bonus kind of thing?
No, so I mean, right now the way it works is that you can, so an architect has a license, obviously they sign and seal, stamp a set of drawings. Those drawings are given to a contractor, and a contractor will build it based on those drawings. Right now I do everything drawing wise, detailing wise, all the coordination. I just work kind of under a licensed architect who reviews and stamps and seals the drawings basically. So
But wouldn't there be an advancement position to be that guy? To be the head guy that checks everyone else's work?
there would be at a smaller company. My company's so large, literally if I was to get licensed, there wouldn't be enough value in me having license when all these other people have it.
Do you have to pay for fees just to take the test or anything like that?
Oh yeah, each test is.
Does your company pay for it?
Yeah, they'll reimburse you if you pass them.
See, not a problem. And but isn't there a ceiling on how high you can go without being? There is. Don't lie to me, you son of a bitch. I know it.
Yeah, there is.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, that's why right now, my technical title is a project manager. So
Right.
but it's almost like a project manager is almost a higher position than a project architect, because I manage and I deal directly with clients, and I've already kind of gone through the process of doing what a project architect kind of does.
But there's got to be some other role, like HNIC, that requires your thing.
Yeah, if I was to become, so the way our firm is set up, we do retail work, we do community and school work, we do like service retail banks and stuff like that. All of those studios, they're called studios, they all have principals. And to be a principal, which is basically the leader of that studio, you have to be registered. So if I was to step into that position, I would have to do that. Yeah,
Do
I
it!
see you.
Do it! Do the thing! Now! Yesterday you said tomorrow. Do the thing.
Oh, yeah.
So how's those Woody's Lab videos coming?
Fuck you.
Like, no, what's the
Yeah.
first? What's
Yeah.
the first one gonna be?
What's Woody's Lab?
All right, so I guess it was last year, probably early last year. I was like, I'm gonna make a new YouTube channel. It's gonna be called Woody's Lab, and the concept would be like outside is my lab, and I'm just gonna do cool shit, you know, like and it like ratcheted up. I think we had an idea where we were gonna like make fries, but then we would get like a potato gun that could launch a potato through like one of those mesh grates, and then it would like go to the other side and fall into boiling oil. And we were gonna kind of like create that and then like execute it and make it go. Where it was gonna like I wanted to do an oxyacetylene balloon. And Kyle thought this idea was too dangerous, but like you've probably seen people like blow up a balloon and hold a match to it and it goes pop, right? Well, I have these balloons that are large enough for like probably 2 or 3 people to get inside, right? So I was gonna like blow this thing up to the size of like a small room, right? Like not a big room, but like a big closet. And
just a small room full of flammable gas.
yeah,
that
and
you're
then
gonna
launch
blow
it really high and light it with make dragon's breath out of a shotgun or something and see what happens. But Kyle says that this is a bigger deal than I'm giving it credit for, and it would like break windows and police would arrive, and like this is like it's not a kaboom.
It would be
Yeah,
a
the
really
guy
big,
who professionally blows up things, I would trust him.
Yeah,
it would be a real big explosion. And my biggest fear is some sort of static electricity or something like that, setting it off prematurely, because I lit a balloon of acetylene once when I was like 15, and it took all the skin off this hand, and it was just, it was one of the most painful things I've ever been through. And I just have I'm really skittish around acetylene now.
Kyle's like the
because
Hound. He's been burnt once, and now that's his weakness.
Yeah, I try to stay away from acetylene. Like gasoline, I feel like I understand like how gasoline works, and I start a lot of fires with gasoline and do a lot of other stuff with gasoline too. But acetylene just seems more volatile, more dangerous. And I think what you'd want to do, maybe, and I'm just guessing though, is do an oxyacetylene mixture in the balloon. And it would be even more combustive, or, you know, like a louder, bigger, more fiery boom if you had some oxygen in there.
Mm-hmm.
But the trick is filling up the balloon safely. Like, you want to be able to remotely fill up that balloon. So, like, here's how it would work. You'd attach like a 25-foot long hose between the tank of gas and the balloon in question, and you'd have some way so that like the nozzle goes in the balloon, and then the balloon squeezes around the nozzle, so it's just stuck there and it can't go anywhere. And then you open the fucking valve up, fill the balloon up right there, still attached and everything, maybe you got a literal firewall between the tank and the balloon, and then you can shoot it with whatever you want. But what you don't want to do under any circumstances is be near the balloon while it's being filled with that gas, because if something goes wrong, then you're going to be scarred terribly or die.
Yeah, it seems like in my head, the mechanism, like if we could seal the bottom of the balloon and then have something else just like squirt air into it or something, compressed air, it would blow it off the nozzle and then it would take flight. And then you shoot it with your dragon's breath and it should blow up.
This just sounds so dangerous. Like if I ever was planning something like this and Kyle told me, hey, you're going to want to rethink that, I wouldn't even ask for an explanation. I'd be like, okay, I shouldn't be doing this.
Hey, it scares me so much. Just like the nitty-gritty details of like the thing you just described, for example, like, you know, getting it full of the gas, getting the end tied off or sealed in some way, and then releasing it. Like the simple act of like releasing it, like how does that happen? If someone ever has to walk over there and poke something with a stick, then we haven't planned appropriately. Like if you could get it, if you just told me, hey, there's a big balloon of explosive gas, let's shoot it, I'm all for that. Like that'll be cool as shit. Yeah, let's shoot it. But making a big balloon of explosive gas is
and that's the lab, right? It's you know that's where like you know the servos and the like the fun stuff comes in. Yeah,
It's gonna be one video on that channel. That's one is Woody's burn unit.
But anyway, I was really passionate about this idea last year, and then like you know I thought I was shopping for a house where I had even fewer neighbors than I do now, and we got this home, and I've 14 acres of land, a little more than that. But still, it's not as if I can't see a neighbor. And that's on my mind somewhat. And so some stuff I could do, other stuff, it's like, where's that? You know, where do those bullets land? And then...
I would certainly be happy to help you with any WoodysLab filming, you know, if you wanted to come down here, of course.
That would be... that was a thought, too. It was like, we could prepare maybe 2 or 3 things, knock them out in a few days, and make that a go. But it just hasn't. I don't know. It's something that I don't want that bad right now.
Fair enough.
But there was a subreddit thread about it on the PKA subreddit, and they all fussed at me, and Kyle's really been enjoying it. He mentioned
because I know what happened. You know, part of it was like you wanted to be moved into the new house, and you've still got like that new house in front of you with like little nitty gritty repairs and stuff, like getting everything 100%, and then it may be a year before you feel it's 100%. You know, there's a lot going on there, I think.
Just today, so we've got. I'm doing this team building event with WoodyCraft staff, and as of today, it's like 2.5 weeks away. And we're just trying to like make the place look right. I replaced all these HVAC vents the other day, and then all these light switch covers, and then I had some like oiled bronze light switch covers, and then just white switches. So I replaced them today with the brown switches. That's the thing Jackie thought she smelled burning. And there's always something to do. Today we went to Apex. It always seems like the Apex house is completely cleared, and we still managed to take 2 truckloads of stuff from it today. Now it's really cleared this time. And so yeah, there's a whole lot of homeowner stuff to do. And
did you ever was there a wall in the house or anything like that where you marked like the kid's height or anything? Or
not that? No, we didn't. We never did that. I always thought it would be cool. I'd probably take that jam with me. You know, just cut it.
That's what I was gonna say.
You guys can have a new jam. Yeah.
I wish we had done that, because when I was like from 0 to 5, we did that at one house, and then we moved, and then from like 5 till 6, I did it, and then we moved again to a new, and it's just like we didn't really keep up with this too well, guys.
My mom and dad had us do that when we were growing up, me and my brothers, and it was like kept going. The big board came with us for like quite a few moves, and then in one of the final moves before I moved out of the house for college, like some Bosnian contractor was putting in like granite somewhere.
Jamal.
And he just cut this thing down, cut it apart, and used it so you could like bend under the counter before it was finished and see like Taylor, age 11, like written right under there. And it was like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, couldn't you tell?
Wow.
I know.
That sucks.
That's great.
But yeah, there's always stuff to do, and it's fun. I don't know. Like, I'm excited about dressing up my house and doing little things. Today we have a big like vanity type cabinet thing. It looks like it's from a ship in the master bath, and the door didn't swing open right, and I fixed that today. And every time I do a little thing like that, it's like, sweet, I made the house just a bit better.
I think a cool Woody's Lab video would be souping up one of those lawnmowers.
That would be cool.
And that seems like something that maybe you could get excited about.
You mean to make it cut more?
I feel like
to literally use it after it's set.
I don't feel like you cut grass. You annihilate the lawn. Like at this point, like you've got so much equipment and so much stuff going on with that grass cutting. I feel like you hate grass. So like some sort of grass terminator lawnmower. Like I don't know. I don't know what it'd do. Maybe it'd have like 25, 30 horsepower and be geared up a little bit so you could go but maybe 30 miles an hour.
What
cutting
if I
grass,
went to Craigslist
like
and bought like 12 push mowers, right? And then, like Mighty Ducks flying V style, I had them like dragged out from the tractor, and I just mowed with all these push mowers running at like 5 miles an hour, but 20 feet wide or more, and just
in a V,
yeah, just all hooked up to each other.
That'd be crazy.
There you
That
go.
would be. Sounds safe.
Or you get some of Kyle's drones and go like trim some trees or something with them.
They don't do too well in the trees. That's how I crashed the ones that I've crashed. Every now and then I fly them over the house and lose sight of them, and I'm not really sure what left and right is, and just fucking plow a tree or something.
How high can you get them?
I don't know. The little ones seem to go like well over my house, so I don't know, 30 feet or so. But the big ones go really high, although it seems to have like an altimeter cutoff or something. Like it'll only go so high. So I don't know, 50 feet maybe.
I wonder if it loses signal. No, I guess it wouldn't.
Not that, because it'll get. I think I got like 700 or 800 feet of like control with it, so I can fly it pretty much out of sight.
We have a Mike, you might have this too. Like I have a family, and then we have friends with the whole family. Like me and the dad get along, the moms get along, the kids get along, etc. This guy's hobby is flying drones, and he's been doing it since before it was cool. And his drones can go far, like miles away, and they just use the cameras on them to navigate. He lost one on top of a prison once, and it was like a really big deal. Like they apparently flying drones in over like the prison walls and like where the prisoners are in the yard
Not
and
too
stuff.
fond of that.
No, yeah, like that's like restricted airspace, and they just got really mixed up. They didn't mean to do that, but the drone landed on the prison building, and for all the prison knew, they could have been like dropping files or something to the prison. Drugs, files,
Weapons,
whatever. But he immediately called him, and he's like, I lost my drone. Can I get my drone back? And they sent some guards up there, and he got it like a week later.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. Seems like that would be a very frowned upon activity. Flying a
Speaking
drone
of frowned upon activities, again, I nearly brought a knife on a plane. Like, this is like 2 flights in a row where I forget to take my knife. I took my knife out of my pocket, and I have a money clip with a knife in it. This is it looks like this, and you have to slide these things down a little bit. But the knife pulls out like that. And I remembered to take this knife out, and I remembered to take my other knife out. But there was a knife in my backpack, and I'm like almost annoyed, although not like overly so. Like I didn't say anything or have overt like, oh Jesus fuck, body language. But as they pulled my backpack out of the little X-ray thing, I was like, I'm in a hurry here. Like I hope that this doesn't delay things. And when they pulled out the knife, I was just like, I have no right to be annoyed. They're right. I'm wrong. And I keep forgetting my knives. So
was it an expensive one?
Not at all. No, it was a utility knife you might use in construction. Like you flip it open and it has a replaceable blade.
Oh, like what they used in the 9/11 hijacking.
Yes. Something like that.
Good weapon to try to get on the plane. I see it.
The first time I had a knife, they made a really big deal out of it. I made a video, so a lot of you probably saw, but they're like, so you're surrendering this knife? And I'm like, yeah, like you can have it. I don't care. It's not expensive. Like, so I just want to be clear here. You're surrendering this knife to me. And I'm like, he's like, is that the right answer? Yeah, I think so. Like, you can have it. I'm not looking for any trouble. And I realized I had the knife just before I went through the X-ray machine, unlike this time where the X-ray caught it. And he's like, all right, that's good, because if you weren't surrendering this, we'd have an LEO situation. LEO, law enforcement officer. So that's what she was saying. This time around, she found our knife or my knife, And I had this big like Captain America T-shirt on. And she's like, "You're gonna have to use your other powers to protect this plane." It's like, all right, and that's how
when
it
I
went.
got on the flight back from Boston, there was like extra strenuous like security, and like they were like between the gate and the plane they were testing all those for explosives, and they were testing specifically the handles of your like carry-on bag. You know how it's got that extended handle you hang on to and you drag the roller bag behind you. They were testing the plastic handle. They were like putting like a magnet or something something underneath it and like trying to see if there was something in it. I don't know what they were doing, but they were making a very big deal out of it. And then I read like the next day that I guess recently, like they found that like a high percentage of weapons were getting on the plane when investigators would try to get a weapon on, like 70-80% were getting through. So maybe that was connected.
Yeah, maybe that was it. That would make sense as to why they're all upset.
They seemed really upset. Like they were like the two TSA guys were like arguing about like how we should be tested as we were getting on the, I guess that like elevated like thing that connects the plane to the airport, whatever that thing's called.
Yeah, what is that thing called? That mobile walkway thingy.
The ramp?
I have no idea, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's not
Jetway?
Jetway, I think so.
Yeah.
That's a word.
Thanks.
Airplane.
Wouldn't that be kind of
walkway.
fun to have that be your job, where they like give you a weapon and say you have to try and get through this airport, and then if you do, you can be like, "You idiots! Look what I have!" and like unsheath a scimitar and show it to them.
A katana.
We were offered that last time we were in Texas. Eric started talking to the TSA, and you know, we all had guns anyway. So like, they brought it up to us like, "Hey, on the way back, we could do this thing where you could attempt to sneak one of your handguns through." And like, we were gonna take them up on it, but we never like reconnected to like make all that happen. But they offered to let us do that, and I thought that would have been really, really funny because like the whole trip we were kind of thinking like, so how do we get a gun on the plane? Like if we actually realistically want to do it, and apparently they're gonna let us try. Like, how do we do it?
This is a good PKA topic. So how do we get a gun on a plane?
I don't know. We were talking about like putting it in a bag with a lot of like drop cords. That was my idea. Like a 50-foot extension cord. I figured like all the mesh of copper running everywhere. Like maybe you could stuff it in. Like use something to mask its signature and not try to like make a secret compartment because that's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
But just try to hide it from the.
Yeah, I picture
stuff
like a
that way.
really long mic cable and disassemble the gun so much that it doesn't resemble a gun as much as it used to. Like, don't use a revolver, which is pretty much like hard to disassemble. Grab a Glock or something where you can really take the action off and take it apart and make it seem not so gunny. Maybe put the things in different pockets. Yeah. Like if
got,
I have
like,
a
one piece there and one piece here, like.
yeah,
You know.
if I have a backpack with those like miscellaneous parts in it, then you know, maybe you can get it through.
Yeah, so I thought that would have been fun, and I still think it would be fun, especially if I'd like to try to get. I definitely could get some blades on. I feel like there's lots of ways to do that. Whenever the Epic Mealtime guys left my house, when they came down here to film that time, I had this huge SOG knife, much bigger than the SEAL Team Elite knives. It was this big like Rambo knife, motherfucker, and we were using it to like slice beef in the video or something like that. And Muscle's glass. It ended up in Muscle's Glass's bag that also had the extension cord in it. They took it on the plane. He had that on the plane, and like I said, in a bunch of extension cords, no one noticed. It made it all the way through to Canada. Canada. Like I'm talking about this wasn't like a pocket knife. This was like 7-8 inch blade. Like just the blade alone.
Wow.
It was a full size big ass Rambo knife.
Is that the one you were like
made it
eating
straight
mashed
through.
potatoes off of or something?
He actually cut his hand pretty. Yeah, totally. He actually cut his hand pretty bad with it. Like when he was reaching in the bag when he got home, he just grabbed the blade and like jerked.
SOG does them sharp, don't they?
Very sharp, like
Very
a razor
good.
blade.
Nice SOG.
You could circumcise a baby with a SOG knife,
and
and
then
you wouldn't even have to suck the blood
off.
There'd be a drop of blood to suck off that baby dick. Not with a knife as sharp as a SOG.
I think that's on their brochure.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
We should
That
end the
should
show
be their
right
new
there.
thing. Like, weapons of choice.
Mike, anything else new? I want to know how life is going. It seems like work is good, life is good. You're playing Destiny on PC, Xbox, PS4,
Xbox.
Xbox
Yeah.
what?
Xbox One.
Xbox One. So you got a new console?
Yeah, I had it. I hadn't played a couple. I think I got it when the first Call of Duty on Xbox One came out. Maybe whenever that was.
Yeah, it's pretty much
So a
right
couple
away.
years ago.
Yeah. And you haven't played the last two CODs?
I don't think so. I know I haven't played the most recent one. Which one was before that?
Ghost. Or Ghosts? I forget
I might
if
have
it's
played that one
plural.
a little bit. I don't even remember.
Yeah, we're
I know
about
I
the
didn't
same.
post anything for it.
I played a little Ghosts. I don't know if I posted anything for it. I ended up buying it twice, I think, for Xbox One and the Xbox 360. And it looks a lot better on the newer consoles. I didn't know that there was going to be a thing. Advanced Warfare looks good. Like, I think a lot of people, this is the time of year in which people hate COD by now. But to my eye, like, the new movement mechanic where they jump around and such, I kind of give who made it, Sledgehammer, the nod. Like, yeah, you guys definitely vary it up and took a risk. It's not just the same COD with a new skin. They changed the gameplay quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's why. I mean, I was enjoying Destiny. It was a lot different than COD that I have been playing for 5-6 years or whatever it was. So, and in Destiny, like, there's so much customization that you can do in that game. It's insane.
Are you shooting people or AI in Destiny?
Both. So you can do like the story stuff and PvE is what they call it, or you could do the PvP and play against.
But PvE, I don't know of many PvE games where, like, it's serious, like it's hard, it's a challenge. Like Borderlands, everyone wins.
It's got some challenging stuff. I mean, you can't just really run into some of the harder things, I don't think, and expect to just easily get through it. So
can you play with people who aren't on your level? Like if I would hypothetically play with you, would you be like, no, Woody, you can't be level 1? You just be.
It won't let you play like until you reach a certain level. You can only play certain.
The gap can only be so far.
Yeah, it can only be so big. If you're level 2, you can't play against like level 30.
Did we play Borderlands together?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so you know the deal in that. Like, if I'm more than like 2 or 3 levels from you, then one of us is completely ineffective. Like,
Yeah, Destiny's similar. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to talk about Fallout 4 at all?
Yes, I heard Fallout 4 is being released. I wonder if it's interesting.
Fallout 4 is coming out in October, based on the leaked information that I've read. And I'm very excited about it. It's about fucking time. It looks really good just from what we've seen, from that trailer and everything. I'm definitely going to get it on PC, and I'm going to mod it as soon as possible. And I may even pre-order. If there's any kind of a bonus to pre-ordering, I will do it as soon as that bonus is available or whatever. I'm pretty excited about it. They said the map, I read the map was 3 times bigger than Skyrim's map, I think, which is gargantuan.
Is that good?
That's ridiculous.
I hate
That's
playing.
almost bad.
Yeah, right? Like, oh, it's part shooter, part hiking simulator.
Well, there's stuff to do. It's dense. It's not like there's like a wasteland of nothingness. There's an endless world of stuff to do so that you could play this game 3 years and for the first time, stumble upon a quest.
All the other RPGs I play with big worlds, like Borderlands has a big world, Fallout has a big world. They involve some walking. When you were coaching me through Fallout, I walked for 40 minutes. I quit that game after that.
I mean, you're at the beginning there where you're kind of doing like a really quick quest mission to like learn how to do basic shit. So it's just boring. But
why is the beginning of a game boring? And a really quick quest shouldn't take 40 minutes.
Well, we did get lost at some point. I can't speak to that.
Why am I lost?
I don't know why you were lost.
You were guiding me.
Lost in video games. It's a waste of time.
I hate
implement the Dead Space method.
Yes,
that doesn't work for this, but because Fallout, like you can just walk around and stumble upon fucking lizards and.
Give me waypoints that are easy to find. Give me a compass that prevents me from having this problem that I understand and read.
That you have now.
I felt like the compass had 6 waypoints on it, and I don't know where I'm going. And
it was hard for me, and it was hard for me to help you because like it's hard for me to tell you what to do, but if I had control of it, I feel like I could have like click, 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 and like disabled the missions that you didn't want any part of, and only enable the mission that you were part of, so you got the correct waypoints, and then it would have been simpler. It's really not that frustrating of a game, but there is walking because you're traveling from location to location, but there's stuff in between. You're always stumbling upon something.
I need the
even in
Borderlands
those, like,
cars. The Borderlands cars would be nice in Fallout.
Cars. Oh, I would like some kind of a vehicle, but I would be okay with a bicycle just to speed you up a little bit. But I don't think I'd want. I don't know about a car. I really like the idea of like you're just hiking out in the middle of nowhere by yourself, and sometimes you get ambushed, and sometimes you see them first, and you can set the ambush, and sometimes it's just fucking giant. What are those things called? These giant wasps in the game. I think they're like I don't know what they are, but they're horrible. Cazador.
In Fallout or
Fallout? Yeah, in Fallout. Anyway, they kill you so fast.
The online world is very excited about Fallout 4. I'm the only person who had a bad New Vegas experience, and I live streamed it, so a fair amount of people saw it. And maybe I should pick up New Vegas again. I also have
just barely scratched the surface.
I'm sure, but I swear, like storylines like that, I think they're just not my cup of tea.
I don't follow the storyline that much. I like maxing my character up and ranking him up and making him tougher and tougher. Like there's in New Vegas you can get medical implants that like just give you skill boosts. You can get like bionic parts and stuff like that, and you gotta go and like grind and do quests to get up enough money to pay this doctor to give you these medical implants, and like that's just one little thing that you could do in one of the cities in the wasteland. You could go to the other side of the wasteland and like do DLC where you go to like some crater where like old technology, all the DLC is good, and you can just play endlessly. Like if I got on, I've played that game hundreds and hundreds of hours. If I got on right now, I guarantee I'd find something new, just every time I do.
Yeah, that's the thing with Destiny too, is like I don't know how much you guys know about it, but there's like legendary weapons and exotic weapons that are like extremely rare. So if you get them, like you feel like you're part of an elite group that only has those.
Do you have some?
No, I mean I have some. Like for example, there's this gun called the Galhorn, which is like a rocket launcher that I don't know 20% of all players might have it, which is pretty rare if you have millions of people playing a game.
But 20%, that's top 5, like 1 in 5. Oh, the video cut out. It seemed like that's not rare enough.
Maybe it's less than 20%. I don't know, but like me having just started playing a month ago, there are people that have been playing the game since release and still haven't gotten that weapon, and you literally have a chance to get it, every time you play these certain quests or whatever. So
we played a little bit of Counter-Strike Go, and it has a similar mechanic. Every now and then it gives you, I don't know much about it, but I guess it gave me a golden chest, and when you open the chest, you get a random gun, and one of them could be a unique weapon. And I was like, oh, cool, okay, let's open this chest. And it was like $2.50 for the key. And I was like, what the fuck? So like I gave it the $2.50, bought the key, and I got a green and black striped like light machine gun that's the most expensive multiplayer weapon, and it's like worthless from what everyone said.
The Nuvo or something.
The Negev, or I don't even.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Nuvo, something like that. Yeah, it was in something, but just a real piece of shit. Chiz told me he spent $50 on keys today.
Wow.
He said he got like $20 or $30 worth of like weapons back, like that he could like, because you can sell those things on the marketplace, I suppose, for actual real money. So really, he only lost $20, but.
That's real money that you have to spend to open those chests?
It's a little bit like an RC track investment. It really doesn't pay off that well, but it's fun. It's fun, right?
There are people who make money in CSGO skin trading, but I don't know how.
Yeah, and probably not much.
A bunch of WoodyCraft players got into it. Like, first they were into CSGO playing, and then CSGO, the game, became like not really the game they were playing. They like CSGO, the stock market, and that was what they were into.
That makes sense. I'm not nearly good enough a player to even worry about that sort of thing. Because if you're a good player, I feel like you're getting lots of boxes, probably.
It impacted my world. Like, people are like, all right, I'll give you this skin if you buy me this rank on WoodyCraft. And they're, like, trading, that. And, like, it became part of the currency.
It seems like you could get in on this, do pretty well at it then.
Me?
Yeah, if you're selling if you're selling some WoodyCraft points or something for
marketplace, Woody.
How
Woody
many
place.
diamond swords could you trade for some nice Mac 10s or something?
I feel like I would just get taken advantage of for my stupidity. Yeah, Woody Black is not actually a rare skin.
I'm quite bad at that game, but occasionally I have a funny moment where I actually get the guy and it's satisfying. So I don't mind playing, but I certainly don't enjoy playing a whole bunch.
I'm still analyzing my own performance a lot. I'm awful. I mean, that much is clear. But it's like, why?
I mean that I'm awful. I'm worse than you for sure.
Not last time we played, but anyway, like I walk into 2 and 3v1 sometimes into bad situations, and I swear in COD, I don't feel like I did that as much. Like I knew when something was dangerous, and I would try to move from cover to cover in such a way that it was usually in my favor, not all the time. But in CS:GO, it would seem like for like 5 minutes a row, every engagement I got into was a bad one for me. And then my aim is awful, and I'm not good at dealing with the recoil. So I need to go through the exercise of like shooting at walls, understanding the recoil, and fixing that. There's not that many weapons in CS:GO. It's not like Borderlands or something where you can never get your arms on top of it. If you just know, I'm guessing if you knew how to use 5 weapons well, then you'd be in pretty good shape. And
yeah, I think so too. I struggle with the submachine guns mightily. If I can get an assault rifle, then I can burst fire and do some long range shooting. And I honestly really enjoyed using that Nova pump action shotgun because it's a one-hit kill. And it's not that hard to hit I can hit somebody once. It's hitting somebody 5 times or whatever's required.
The semi-auto shotgun had better range than I expected as a COD player. Like, you can kill with that at ranges in COD. You'd be just insta dead. But yeah, I'm still awful.
The semi-auto let me down at one point, so I switched to the pump.
Yeah, my Twitch chat said the pump was much better. But yeah, I'm not navigating the maps correctly, and I'm not aiming very well, which makes me, anyone who's played shooters know that's not a good combo.
Yeah. I think my biggest problem is obviously that I'm completely unfamiliar with the map, but also the game, I'm just not good at walking and aiming and shooting people, which is very important in a first-person shooter. So I'm just bad at the game. That's a simple answer.
Yeah, but playing
Wood,
around with
how is WoodyCraft going? Like, I was totally intrigued when I found out that you had done that and were doing that. Is that something that can just continue going as long as you keep devoting your time and effort to it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it can continue going as long as any video game can. Minecraft appears to be on the same trajectory as one of the longer lasting games, right? Like a COD game, or what else lasts a long time? CS:GO lasted super long. I don't know if it'll do that.
Halo,
like World of Warcraft, kind of.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll have a life cycle just like every game in the world. Right now, it's doing great. Right now, and this happened last year too. Right around finals, it seems like people pop off, and then summertime is gigantic for us. Christmas is huge for us, and then winter is big. So I'm looking forward to summer starting in a few days. We've got a big factions reset coming up. I'm announcing it now for the first time on June, I want to say 12th. And I'm pretty excited about it. A lot of servers are resetting, and I know what they're doing, and we've kicked everybody's ass. Like, mine is so much better than what anyone else is doing. I'm like,
what does that break? What does that mean? It's so much better. What are you, for somebody like me that doesn't really understand that?
So there are new features, like in 1.8, the new version, that we're implementing that nobody else has. I felt like we were already ahead of the game. When it comes to the hardcore faction servers, like not hardcore, that's a specific thing, but the faction servers that attract elite players, we're the best in the world. And it's not that close. And a bunch of people are resetting for the start of the summer. It's like, the time to be. And I know what's in their feature sets, and I know what's in ours, and I'm pretty excited about what's in ours. I have a list here, actually.
Are you still getting pretty consistent growth? Like regular growth?
So it's not just growth I look at, although growth is a big deal. It's I look at our comparative positions, so right now in finals week, we're not as big as we were, say, Christmas vacation, right? Because that's a thing. But when I look at all our peers, like we're still bigger than the servers that we're supposed to be bigger than and stuff like that. So with 1.8, a lot of servers have messed up the cannons in factions, and ours works great. We have the new... we're going to have the mob arena. We have the new mobs, which are like the bad guys in Minecraft, the AI. We have slime blocks coming in, rabbit spawners, new entities. We have banners implemented. We have sponges that insta-break. We have the 1.8 blocks are freaking glorious in ours. We're putting buttons on top of blocks. We still support 1.7 clients for the hardcore PvPers. PvP got worse. Taylor, it's something wrong with your mic. When you move to the 1.8 client, which some of our competitors are requiring, PvP, like sword fighting the other players, sucks, and we still support the 1.7 clients for people that want to do that. We have a dynamic view distance. This is someone that no one else in the world does. Like, so by spawn, you have a really long line of sight. Like, you can see 10 blocks away or 10 chunks away. And then out in the world, you just see 3 chunks away, which is good because there's automated clients that will, like, catch who's... You can sneak raid people. So we have, like... There's some pros and cons to having a really huge view distance and a short one, and we do both. We're huge by spawn and short outside of spawn. We've got new crates. We have stat tracker items like in CS:GO, and we've had stat tracker items before, but once you died, you lost it. Now it'll be like a kit where you can get a new one. And anyway, we're killing it. We're doing better than anyone at this thing, so I'm pretty excited about June 12th.
How big is your world? Like the conglomerate of all the different worlds compared to like a Skyrim or something like that?
So the Minecraft world is, like, if you don't limit it, is bigger than anybody else's. Like, it doesn't even, it's bigger than Earth by like 13 or 20 times or something like that. Like, it's really, really big. But we have to we put a world border on there, and the reason we do that is so that players run into each other. Like, if you were to make the world as big as it could be, then you'd be able to just set a base out, 4 days walk away, and no one would ever find you or raid you or fight you or steal your shit. And one of the things it takes, like, one of the things in a faction server, a big faction server is more interesting than a small one because this is all this Minecraft talk. Because you need someone to play against, right? Like, imagine an empty COD, you know, where like some of the games you fire up and you just can't find anyone to shoot. Like, that would suck. And so we have a busy faction server, and it's almost like there are a lot of businesses. eBay comes to mind, where the only reason eBay is interesting is because everybody else is on eBay. The only reason Craigslist is cool is because everybody else is already on Craigslist. If you fired up Merca's List tomorrow, then, you know, the sellers on there wouldn't be able to find any buyers because there's just not enough people. And and that's one of the reasons that, you know, WoodyCraft is fun to play on, because there will be people there all the time. If you hop out of spawn, you'll find a fight. And yeah. So anyway, we're killing it. We're doing really well.
So you guys are the best right now?
So we're the best faction server in the world right now. Our mini games are really good, but there are much bigger mini game servers than we are, and it's one of the. We made a Halo mini game that looks amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you should see it. But like, you know, we did all these custom resources. So in Minecraft, you know, everything looks like Minecraft. Well, we made our own resource pack. So like, there's energy swords in it where people can like slay each other with those things. And yeah, you hold real. There's no guns in Minecraft, but there's guns in our Minecraft and Halo, because we just like changed out the skins and then built our own models for it, and we did a really cool thing. So yeah, WoodyCraft is freaking crushing it right now, and I can't wait for summer.
Awesome.
Yep.
Very cool.
So is that a show?
I think so.
All right. Onslaught, so thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good to catch up with you, man.
Yeah.
No problem. I wasn't as talkative as I would have liked to have been. I'm right outside of our bedroom, so I've tried to kind of keep it limited. So if I'm ever on again, I'll be a little more...
Have you considered calling your wife while she's asleep and putting her on speaker?
She has sent me a few texts, so... And you'll notice, or people that have been watching the stream, you'll notice me looking over to the side quite a bit as she's came out and given me a scowl, so... My apologies. Next time I'll be better prepared.
PKA 233. Thanks, everybody.
Yep.